Though, in theory, we can get one, but it's probably an upgrade, so it's probably worthwhile. It's just no great one just yet. My other issue is that today I need to do a sponsored stream, and the game, I've just tried to open it to double check it works, because it opened last time I streamed. Now it's continuously crashing, which is a really good sign, right? So, oh, no, there we go. It's working. Cool. Maybe I just need to be patient. So yeah, hello. Hi. Hi. Just me going crazy over here. Yeah, we're gonna be casting some replays today. It's gonna be pretty chill. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty chill. We're just gonna hang out and cast some games of the LIULI Cup, which is obviously a really good event. So I can cast through those. Cool. So that's working now. In that case, okay, so yeah, we'll I can unmute this finally. So we're gonna go through these replays, and then we will move into our sponsored content later on. Is how this is gonna work, guys. So that's what's going on. Hello, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out the WardiBot thing later. Poor WardiBot. Poor WardiBot deserved better. Pain. All right. Just double checking everything's good. Put myself on Europe, where we actually have these replays. Beautiful. Coolio, guys. All right. Yeah, sorry for the say delayed start. We didn't really have a set time to start at. Just the plan was just to start roughly around this kind of a time, and that is what we have done. So yeah, hi. How are we doing? Hello. Again, some StarCraft. I just, like I say, more than anything, I'm just a bit fuzzled by everything else that's just been found out. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start off with Serral versus Rogue, because that's the matchup which I think is going to be a bit of a better just intro match. And then after that, the other semi-final is Reynor versus Maru. There's a third place matchup, and there's a finals. So 3 best of 5s and a best of 7. I'm pretty eager to get into it and just start. So that's going to be what we do. Let's start and get into it, and we'll... Yeah, I've been warned that there's some long games today, so I'm going to have to be a little bit proactive with the ads. So, yeah. But let's actually just get into it and cast some games, I think, is the most important thing. Let's just get started and enjoy some StarCraft 2s here on this beautiful, beautiful day, which is Saturday. I'm fresh back from a little trip away. Should be good. Let's go in game. Let's cast some StarCraft 2. Alrighty, in the top right-hand side, any second we should have some observing. Do we have health bars on? Let me check out the health bars on. Yep, we do. Cool. I'm going to believe that the obs will start in a second, but in the top right, I guess we can start without the obs. Oh, there we go. There it is. It's Serral. Woohoo. We don't have to move it ourselves. And down in the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves Rogue, the Red Zerg player. As we are here today, bringing you guys the, like I say, there's replays. This is a tournament that happened 2 weekends ago, so 2 weeks ago now. Obviously, we caught up with a bunch of these games last week on our weekend streams. And today's just another one of those days where I just came home today, so didn't have anything official planned, but I do want to get through these games. I want to see what happens in them. I want to see how it all goes and stuff. So because of that, we will be here casting these matches. And yeah, obviously these are replays. If you did see them, please spoiler free. Otherwise, I will just ban you because... well, I kind of obviously do roughly know at this point. People keep telling me the results because people just want to talk about it. Everyone's like, what did you think of this? I'm like, I'm actually going to cast it. And everyone's like, oh. So I didn't watch it because I'm going to cast it, so I can't tell you what I think. But thanks for letting me know. So I have a rough idea of what happened, so it's not quite spoiler-free for me. Just because it was a big event and so many people asked me about it. But I still think they're cool games, and I still want to see what exactly happens. And obviously, the best way to do that, I think, is just to cast, because then, you know, we got to do 2 birds with 1 stone. I got to stream for the day. I got to see what happened in these games and all of that goodness. And we do have some sponsored content later as well. Yeah. things have been a bit hectic. Basically, I'll give you guys a very quick TLDR on this, but basically we have the Galactic Final Frontier sponsorship. Later today, we were going to be doing this actually kind of next week on Monday or so, but I got another sponsorship that has to start on Monday, which means we have to finish this one by Monday. So we're actually going to be doing just a full-on push for this, and then there's not going to be a lot of extra time to kind of download it and play. So if you do want to check it out, !Galactic in the Twitch chat. It's one of the few commands that will actually still currently work. And yeah, we can kind of go from there and see what happens. There's a couple of Zerglings will head their way down toward the bottom side of the map, trying to see a little bit of what's up and what's going on here. Just going to see there's a couple of Lings running around for a few moments. Queen's on the way, Ling's on the way, Ling speed coming up. Had a couple of drones in for good measure as well at the moment. And get all of this rolling. Hatchery onto the third base location too. We're going to get that started up. And just going to be seeing a hatch our drones at Ling speed continue to come online, get underway in the first few moments. And just see what kind of game we're going to get in this EVZ. It's Serral and Rogue in the semis. If you don't remember how we got here, Rogue beat Trigger to get into the semis from the quarterfinals. Serral beat Cure? Did he beat Cure? Was it Reynor versus Cure? Can't remember. God, I'm so useful. What a great caster I am. It was Björn, yes. Serral beat Björn, Reynor beat Cure. I knew I was onto something. It was this EVT, it didn't sound right. But yeah, Serral beat Björn, and we covered that one. After he dropped down, yeah, he lost the first game, and he bounced back in that series 3 in a row. And started to look a little bit more like Serral, so we'll see how he looks in this ZVZ. And as we have a few Lings moving about, Ling speed is going to finish. That Baneling Nest coming up, Roach coming online, Evolution Chamber, Hatchery, all building through. Drones, Overlords, and Banelings will continue to produce online for the next few moments to get all of that up and rolling. And on we go. So a couple of Banelings will finish up. A few Zerglings going to run about here. A couple of Queens are going to be there as well. Just going to be seeing the Zerglings going to jump onto the hatchery on the bottom side as well. Just put a bit more pressure on when we get into the Ling Bane phase of this game. A couple of Banelings going off as Rogue gets the defense going. It does seem as though Rogue will be having enough to kind of push this back and to keep Serral from doing too much early. Serral is going to get Roach Roar of his own. He's 6 workers ahead. If he just builds Roaches here and Rogue is going to all in with, Roach Ling, Serral's just in a great position. He's got Banelings to bash through the Ling count super quickly, and he's going to have his own Roaches available, and not off of too high of a worker count. I think it's going to be hard for Rogue to find the overwhelming numbers which you sometimes aim for in a scenario like this, to try and take advantage and to overwhelm and to just end up having too much, basically. So I think that's going to be interesting as we do see the Lings, the Roaches continue to move through. Again, the Banes on the way up, the Queen on the way by. All those Roaches still gathering here at the front. The units are coming across the map from Rogue. I just do not see this working. He's only got a 4 army supply lead, remember. That is not the largest map to run across, but Serral still will have defenders' advantage, just units spawning pretty much into the defense rather than having to cross an entire map before they get anywhere useful. I'm going to try once more as you see the Ling Brain Roach gathering up and getting ready to move through. A couple of Banes going off, a couple of Roaches going to get hit. We actually saved some of the Banes of Serral. They would love to get toward the Lings and just bash through those super quickly, because if you can take those Zerglings down, that would be absolutely massive. A couple of Banes continue through. Just going to see a couple of Queens and Roaches going to fight back. It does feel as though this is going to be more than good enough for Serral defensively. This was just a commitment from Rogue that really has not quite landed him the result he wanted. So that is going to be... it might be GG on the counterattack. I mean, Serral's going to be droning behind this. He has a good economy. The counterattack might not kill Rogue simply for the fact that he is kind of building units. The army supply is still there. What will kill him, though, is the fact that he's had to build a bunch more units, and he's not building economy. He's not setting up for the later stage of the game, as Serral is. He was now building a lair. All the extra drones on the way. Serral doesn't even commit across the map because he knows exactly the situation. He's obviously stepped forward to sort of say, hey, maybe I can attack. In the end, he will not. And he pulled back as the Ling Roach regathers around the right side. A couple of Banes, a couple of Roaches continue through. Gonna have a Spine Crawler coming down in the next couple of moments as well. So we continue to get that on the way just for a couple of moments now. The Ling Roach continues to gather about. And again, the Spine Crawler coming through. The lair is still coming up. A few additional Lings producing out as the Queen, the Lings, and the Roaches continue to come around just for a couple of moments. I'm just going to be seeing these Roaches moving about once again as they take a step toward this top side. I mean, honestly, Rogue has to go. He's done nothing but spam units, so he has to go and try and capitalize on Serral, who is trying to capitalize on this game in general, and just sort of say, yeah, look, let's do this. The reality is it's probably not going to go too well. And I fear the result the Rogue as the Lings run in. There's not loads of Banes ready. Okay, there's a few more ready. So actually sped up a bit. And Rogue will just say GG to give Serral the opening game here on this BO3. Was that a bit too loud, guys? Was the game sound a bit too loud? I felt like the game sound was a bit loud on my side, but maybe I can just twizzle a knob or two and try and get that sorted out. Cool. All right, we'll head into game number 2 here, which is going to be on Ruby Rock. I'm going to run ads because, like I say, I've been informed there's some long matches in these group of games I want to cast, so I will just make sure we're a little bit clear on the ads, just to make sure. I actually don't know. I don't honestly expect it to be in the ZVZ. I probably expect it to be in the ZVT, but maybe it's a super long ZVZ. Rogue and Serral used to play some super long games as well, to be fair, so, you know, maybe it's not the craziest of things. Maybe it's not the craziest of things. Cool. Oh yeah, let's end game number 2, guys. We'll give it a minute or so. Yeah, we're just gonna keep going through these games. Like I say, we got not just a bunch of StarCraft gas, we got some sponsored content in the stream later. So I'm probably gonna be here 5-6ish hours, I would guess. I don't know how long these games are, but probably not gonna be a speedy day, to say the least. As we dive through and have a look to see just what's going to happen on this one. In the top left-hand side, the blue. It's definitely blue. The blue Zerg is going to be Rogue. He does trail this series by a game up against the red Zerg in the bottom right. A 1-0 lead for Serral in the bottom right-hand side, as so often we would maybe expect to see being the case. Let's see what he brings on this one. Alright, Overlord's coming up. Hatch settling. And get underway here. See what we can get up to for the first few moments of this. I guess I'll post on this obs. I didn't check which obs won. That's fine. I think this should be the official Chinese observer. The official observer for the entire tournament, so it should be okay. Let's just have our hatchery coming through and trying to see a little bit of what's going on initially. Drones coming up, hatch building. Just going to be seeing the rest of this continue to come about then for a couple of moments. Trying to see what the plan may be. Hatch gas the pool. Again, a lot of that just coming straight online. Figuring out where we're going to take things here. The few drones are going to transfer across for a couple of moments as well. Hey, what's up, Dante Jade on the YouTube? Hi, great games incoming. Thank you for that. No worries. Thank you for joining us today. Like I say, still chill. I mean, they're great games, but replays. It's going to be a little bit of a chill stream because I've been away for the weekend as well. I know it's just still the weekend, but I've been away a couple days as well. So I'm just coming off of a mini holiday with the doggo and the wifey. Yeah, mini holiday. Just chilling a little. And you see a few drones are going to transfer across, dip on through here and there. Just going to see the hatch in the pool all coming up. Really no surprises yet. Gas pretty similar, about 8 gas difference. So the timing is pretty similar for the most part here. Let's see what happens. Hey, Black Bear, how you doing? Hello. You're doing great. Thank you for joining us. Link speed building through, the couple of drones going about. Our queens will produce as we take a few moments here. Get that set up. Link speed all on the way in. And just trying to see where we get to. The queens of the drones will come in about. Get this up and running for the next few moments and see where things are going to go to. Ling's just going to nibble for a second then. Just going to be seeing a little bit of back and forth. Take a few moments here and get that set up as you just have the Baneless, the hatchery coming through. Plenty of Lings on the way. It's going to be from Serral, who's making the chunk of Lings right now. So he will get on the map to trying to apply a bit of the pressure here, while Rogue will be a bit more set up towards the banelings eventually. That baneling nest is much sooner from Rogue. You'll need to use those defensively more than likely to help him against this link count, which is likely to run at his third base. There's a difference of expansions as well. Rogue opting for the linear expand, Serral opting for the triangular expansion. Definitely kind of adds a little bit of intrigue here as well in terms of how this may turn out. Ling's going to make that move around. And like I say, a big run across to the other side of the map here to get it started. Lings, drones, queens will continue to build through. Just going to see a few Lings coming about, a few Zerglings. Just trying to get in there. Like Ling Bane all coming up. That Bane Nest is about to finish from Serral. It's just really still not done yet as those Lings dive through. They're going to get one more drone. Now the rest of these Lings pulling back over to the other side again. I'm just going to try and recover this for a couple more moments. Get this back on track. A couple of drones keep going down, and we are going to be seeing the Ling Bane all continuing to produce for now at this point in time. Ling's going to run over. They should be able to defend this here. Obviously, Rogue is now just on the counterattack, utilizing his Banes, but Serral has Banes of his own, so I think this should just be okay. He's got Queens as well, uses them to blow up a Baneling, although it did also cost him a Bane, so a little bit back and forth, but at the end of the day, I think Serral's fine, no? The Queens are going to get jumped on. How many do we kill all 3 Queens? Maybe I actually do kind of like it for Rogue, you know? Maybe I actually do kind of like this for Rogue, because if you kill all of the Queens, then I'm a little bit more of a believer in the position of the game that we're in, so yeah, okay. I'm listening. I'm dialed into what we might be getting up to here. I mean, get rid of all the queens because that's going to impact the production. And if it impacts the production, like Serral has no queens on the map right now. Has to spend a bunch of money on those queens as well. That might be where Rogue can get the leg up in this game. He's down a few drones. I think my biggest issue for Rogue is that he's just not got a follow-up that looks like anything right now. Like, his Roach Roaring's not done. It's more Ling Bane if he's going to do anything. He hasn't taken a drone lead off this. I just feel like it's too late to kind of commit to more units. And it's too little if he's going to commit to more drones. I mean, the Roach Roaring finishes doesn't have the gas for it. He's going to build more Lings. I just feel like that should have been a more instantaneous thing out of Rogue, right? Like, if you're going to send this, then send it. You know, be ready to send it when you kill those queens off. Take advantage of the lack of injects. The Banes in his main are unlikely to go well for him either. There's a couple of Banelings here will get cleaned up. Hey, we might get another queen. Rogue staying aggressive. Has to run away from the Baneling. Serral waiting with his own Banes until he can control them properly. Then just lingering toward the main base of Rogue. Here they go now. And, yep, Rogue not watching. 6 drones go down. He'll come back and build an Evo chamber on the back of it. Builds 10 more drones, but he's down by now 16. So Serral's economy is huge, and at this point, Serral is well recovered from the injecting problem that he had previously. We've seen the Ling Bane continue to come about. A few roaches come through. 7 roaches coming up on either side. The Overlord and the Extractor still building. We just have ourselves the Evo Chamber from Serral as well. But man, how do you not love the fact that he just got to such a high worker count so quickly? Really feels difficult to disagree with where Serral's at right now. His position feels awesome. And yeah, can't say I'm loving it right now for Rogue. Down a game in this series, and I can say this game has just not started off well for him. I think I would have preferred it if he just spammed units off the back, killing the queens. Because I feel like there should have been maybe a possibility there. Maybe he just didn't have the units to really make it happen, but I mean, he killed 3 queens. That really felt like that if there was an opening in this game, that was it. And then because he didn't just drone up off the back of it, it felt like he did wait to make units. He just, like I say, he waited, and then just he never got the eco advantage, and he takes some damage as well. Obviously, isn't going to end up pretty for you. A lot of things that just start going wrong pretty quickly right now that you gotta try and figure out. And so again, on top of here is the Queen gonna fire up a shot, a few more hits coming through. A couple of Banes gonna try and come around as well in the next couple of moments. Missile upgrade coming up, got the Roaches coming through, the Spine Crawler in production, the Lair still building as well, so again, a lot of that on the way in at the moment here. Bring a lot of this through and through for the next couple of seconds. We've got the Overseer gonna be coming about as well, trying to see where we're getting to. Let's upgrade Roach Speed. Will continue to produce for now. Queen Roach Speed. As those roaches, like I say, are going to get ready to try and maybe make a bit of a move over to the other side. Queen is going to fire some shots. Overseer will take some damage. A little roach that will just gather together here. The roaches joining up together, and we ready ourselves to go. It's a bunch of roach ravager on the way through right from the very get-go. It's like, I'm ready to send this. I mean, Rogue is essentially going to commit to the all-in here in the end, and can't really complain about that. I think he's in the position where this is kind of just what he needs to do, unfortunately for him, because I don't think it's necessarily going to end up super well for him. But like I said, I don't know if there's necessarily much choice left in the tank for him right now, as you can see that Serral had plenty. He's going to overwhelm with this Roach Ravager force. It's going to look absolutely fine. Serral is going to take a game, and that is going to be GG's. Serral is going to come up to a 2-0 lead. Oh, that's been pretty convincing out of Serral so far. A couple of different ways to set up in the game, and looking pretty good across the board. We'll get into game 3 in a couple of seconds, which will be Old Republic. I guess they'll just run ads again, guys. Again, sorry, I'm going to be a bit aggro on the ads just to start us off to create some buffer, and we'll kind of go from there. Cool. I'll give it a minute or so, and we'll kick this off and get resumed once more, my friends. Again, appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with us. Do 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 do. Coolio. Alright, let's jump into Old Republic. Let's get this on the go. Alrighty, in the bottom left-hand side, down 0-2. Looking to try and bring this back here in this semi-final. It's going to be Rogue, as he takes on the Red Zerg. In the top right-hand side, none other than Serral with the 2-0 lead. Looking very convincing so far in these games. See what happens for this game right now as we get this ready to go. Hatch coming up, drone on the way through. Just bring this in, so a couple dronies coming about here. It's gonna get that started for a few moments. It's the hatchery. The drones will continue in. Never played Zerg in SC2, it's too scary. It's not. The Zerg isn't scary. The reason I never liked Zerg when I first started playing is because I thought it was really stupid that your worker got absorbed to become the building. I was like, what? I was like, how could this ever be? I can't remember exactly what I thought, but I thought something along the lines of, how could this ever be good compared to, because I'd already tried Terran. Like, Terran was the one I just tried first, and I just kind of went from there. I was like, how does this make any sense? Like, how can this ever be good? Like, your unit becomes the building instead of just building it? Like, I was put off instantly, man. Honestly, it's kind of funny. I feel like I did not give Zerg and Protoss a real chance at all, because I thought it was really stupid that Protoss had to build stuff next to pylons as well. It's like, this is dumb. Real dumb. Alright, well. Let's get set up. Link seed on the way through. Hatching a couple queens coming about. We get this settled for the moment. See where we're going to go to as the hatch and the queens will come about. The link speed coming online. Just got a bunch of this on the way initially. And that's coming up. Ling's feed coming through. Get that on the way. And just have, yeah, the Bane Nest and the Lings continue to come about. The few drones in the so continue to come over as well. Let's see the couple queens will gather. Just gonna be seeing the Rotron, the Lings feed coming up, Carapace coming up as well. We've seen the Ling's going to try and move through. Queen's going to be there. It's going to be in position to try and deflect those Lings nice and early. Stop that from becoming an issue as we cancel up a little bit as well. Again, Carapace upgrade continues to come by. Just get that set up. And just going to be seeing a couple of Lings continue across the map to see a little bit more of what else is happening here. Just a moment. It's going to be a lot of Lings from Rogue. He is going Carapace as well, so you can definitely turn this into a bit of kind of continued aggression. So we'll see how that maybe comes to be as all those Lings come up. The Carapace upgrade coming through. Spire on the way. Drones on the way. The Overlord's coming by. So a lot of Lings going to go through the center of the map there currently, so they're going to go straight up toward the top. Head to the upper side initially and see what we can do. All those Lings running straight over. The Banelings starting to come in as well. Get that underway. Just going to see the couple of Lings and try and turn around. We do see a couple of Banes connecting through. Going to be seeing the Banes continue to try and fight. A couple of Queens are going to be here. Zerglings will continue to get jumped on. So those Lings will get picked off. We are going to see Rogue continue to try and run forward. Has a lot of Lings on the right side. They can run to the natural mineral line, but Serral has new Lings popping and running to them. So not sure that's going to necessarily do much of anything. You see 4 drones going down so far. Continuing with this, a couple of the Banes get cancelled, so Rogue can maybe keep with the pressure, but I just think he's outnumbered in terms of Zerglings. And down 15 workers as well does not exactly bode well for you right here, so this kind of feels like maybe this one is, well, this situation is already looking a little bit doomed for Rogue. Down 15 workers. He still has a lot of Lings, and he has a Carapace upgrade, so maybe he can make a trade to step back in this, but he's going to have to do something, because I feel like we're already past the point of just kind of sitting back and not doing anything here. He committed to this, and it's not really worked out, and now he's going to pay the price for it. Meters on the way from Serral, by the way, as well. Something we're not really set to deal with at all as Rogue. So that's just going to be another kind of major problem that he has to try and figure out and handle it during this as well. So that's just going to be even more of an issue on top of everything else. Lings run through. Queen going to keep on taking some shots. The Mutalisk will fire some more hits off as well. He's going to be seeing the Lings will continue to run across. A couple of drones will be chased. The Burrow upgrade, the melee upgrade continue to come by. And the Lings run up into the main base to see what else is going on. Going to get jumped onto the Spine Crawler as well in the end, so jumping in over there. The meters will pop. I mean, in the end, Serral is losing a few drones, and his Link numbers have ran low. The meters will eventually play cleanup, but how much do you lose in the process? At first, I felt like Serral was going to have enough to kind of minimize losses, but I guess we'll see what happens. You can see the Lings are running through, more drones going down. Like, we're genuinely giving ourselves a chance here. And as those Lings run back through once again, the few meters still just sitting up overhead. Meters, Lings pull back toward the natural. 11 drones going down. A couple of Banelings still coming up as well, so we continue to bring that through. Just going to see the Ling, the Bane continues about. The Mutas will dive in. We're going to get rid of one more Zergling. Lings will gather through. Just going to see the Bane connecting. A few of the Lings coming about. Queens will continue to try and fight, throws an inject down as well. It's just going to try and do a little bit extra with this. The Lings continue to run up into the main base. A few Lings going to run around, continue to try and deal some additional damage. I'm just going to be seeing the hatchery on the low ground goes down. So in the end, Rogues actually continued to keep this going. Genuinely very impressed. I really thought the time of this was kind of done, and I really thought this was not going anywhere, I'm not going to lie. How wrong I was, and happily so, because Serral is now kind of caught on the ropes a little bit. It's funny because Rogue's supply is still not great, but his word count's okay. I think Rogue's issue late game here is going to be those Mutalisks. They're obviously going to create quite a problem. That's something which you can't really deal with easily right now with the setup that we're running as Rogue, and even if you get a setup to defend, it's likely the Mutas are going to find damage, because they can work around spores, they can limit you heavily. You're still just a 2-base Zerg, and your opponent's already beginning to re-expand up to 3 bases, so that's going to be an issue as well. That's one more thing that we just have to, remain concerned about here, essentially. So one more issue kind of along the way. And let's just have a few Mutas coming about, +1 missiles, +1 flyer attack, I should say, and Baneling speed building, bringing that through. The Muta's going to go after a little bit of the Ling Bane, and like I say, just we'll settle here for a moment or so. Serral is going to get his drone count going as well. I mean, Rogue going to at least get himself the chance to build Infestors. So he will get something up to help deal with these Mutalisks, so that will help. And it's going to have the +1 flyer attack still coming through, that Bane speed finishing up. Just going to have ourselves the rest that's continuing through is the +1 flyer attack, the melee, all of that continuing through. The drones and the Infestors coming up as well. That +2 carapace also being built at the moment. The Mutalisks will take a chance to latch onto a couple of Zerglings. Mutas will continue to hit the hatchery. The fungal growth comes down. The Mutas continue to deal some damage. The hatchery is going to end up cancelled here. I'm just going to see the Queens turn back around. A couple of those changes will get cleaned up as well for the moment. So a few more bits and pieces being cleaned out right there. Resettle things in and see what else is perhaps on the horizon. As just see those few Mutas are going to come across, try and see where they can get to. Again, a couple of Infestors coming about, melee upgrades, flyer attack upgrades, everything building just at the moment. So much coming online here. And those couple of Infestors will continue out and just have Overlords to go with it. The Ling's going to get a little wraparound, half wraparound on these Queens. Not really enough to do anything. Rogue has an army nearby, but it's a distraction. The Mutas will take a chance to kind of dive in on the side at the same time, and will eat a fungal, but no follow-up to that. That's the issue I think Rogue has. He has a fungal or two to help. The thing is, the fungals help. The problem is the fungal should not be reliant to be the whole kind of vibe here, and right now Rogue's army kind of is just purely fungal dependent, so that might be an issue as the Muta's just going to dive in. The Overseer will take some damage once again. The Overseer will go down. And again, the Hive, the Infestors continue to come through as well at the moment. Couple Muta shots will fire through, a bit more damage being dealt. A little bit more being done at the moment. One more fungal growth, just going to catch a few more Mutalisks again and again. I mean, like I said, I guess in this case you can just throw the fungals down, but we got to have something of a longer term plan. I love the Ultra Cavalry from Serral because I do not think we really deal with Ultralisks at all here as Rogue. I don't think there's anything in his army which currently says, oh yeah, I'm ready to fight Ultras. He's got Infesta Ling, which, like I say, really is just not going to do it, full stop. To start us off as the Mutas will nibble their way through. The hatch on the low ground. Fungal gonna land. We grab a few of the Mutalisks there. Back it up for a little bit. Infestors maybe looking for another opportunity to fungal once again. Not gonna find that opportunity just yet. We had a couple into the main base. I've got no idea what we're gonna pop up in fungal drones. What a crazy expensive investment. Do we fungal the Banes? The Banes might be... Are the Banes better than the drones? No, probably just the drones. So silly. When was the last time you saw like freaking fungal growth work a harasser? It's just so not worthwhile in this day and age of StarCraft 2, but I think Rogue kind of probably... I think Rogue's vibe in this game is like, I'm probably not in a great spot, so I gotta do something. And, yeah, I mean, like, the Infestors are gonna cause a bit of distraction. They're splitting up, they're trying to stay clear of each other. You know, gonna try and cause some issues. It's kind of funny. Oh, the Ultra's coming through, the 2-2 upgrades, and the Kindness Plane still building as well. And you got the extra drones continue to produce also. Queens will continue to gather. Hatchery still setting up. The Banelings will join together as well, coming around the bottom side. Going to drop 1 fungal, 2 fungals. The Baneling, first of all, connects into the mineral line. Then a few of those drones go down. Again, the Adrenal Glands coming up. The Kindness coming through. +2/+2 melee upgrades still building into place. Continue to settle that in right now. Those Ultras coming up, just going to see the mutas moving through. Just going to have the mutas going to fly in and just going to be able to latch themselves onto the Infestor there. One opportunity. As those Lings pull back over the other side, it's just going to pull those back as well. The Spore Crawler will burrow up. The Hatchery taking a whole bunch of damage. It is going to fall, so the Hatchery goes down. 3-3 upgrade still coming about. I mean, it's funny because Rogue's actually going to build Ultras of his own, which... yeah, I guess that is an answer to Ultras. If you have Ultras of your own, you can kind of fight back with that at least. So it's something. We're kind of playing the game at least, compared to what we were looking toward initially. So, down. Fungal Growth going to land. The Mutalisks going to get caught. Make that a double catch. It's funny because Rogue's been on such limited kind of basis for a while, and then he kind of exploded, but we never really saw the Mutas finding the opportunity to kind of come through and really kind of be meaningful. The Lings with good catches on a couple of Queens. And then we do see the Fungal Growth going to catch a bunch of the Lings in return, so the back and forth sets up there. Quite a bit being done. The Mutas are going to dive once again toward the Natural into the Ultra, popping out and hanging around. We see the melee upgrade at +3 and +3 on both sides. Rogue is actually faster than the +3 Carapace. Melee upgrade about the same time. The Mutas are still a problem. If the Infestors are not there, there is still no answer to those Mutalisks, so... I guess the few Queens, but the Mutas obviously have the ability to move around and kind of hit somewhere else and try and find a bit more damage. Serral and Rogue will both max out. What a weird game it kind of became. Like I said, really felt like this was a little bit more kind of figured out early, and now, very different. Let's see that Ultra's going to dive in. Not every day you see an Ultra versus Ultra fight, and it's kind of comical because everyone's just chomping on each other. Like, Ling versus Ling doesn't look as comical because they're just small units. Big melee units chomping each other. That's a thing, and for now, Rogue is going to try and turn Serral away, but I do think Serral will be fine kind of on the follow-up to this, to be honest. You're going to see the 3-3 continue to come up. Gonna see the meters coming back around the bottom. Drone's going down. Now we're just gonna see Lings run by as well. Serral's gonna go for another round of Ultras. I still think Serral sees this as a chance of him just harassing and then trading out the Ultras, and eventually maybe can do enough. A little harass a Rogue on the right side, trying to find the location of Serral, but not going super well. It's gonna get turned away, turned around. You see the Muta's going to get active onto this mineral line. So many drones going down, and that's going to eventually give Serral... It's funny because obviously Serral's army right now is maybe not the absolute best because it's still, you know, involving a bunch of Mutas, so for a straight-up fight it's not ideal. I still kind of like the idea and the positioning that it has overall. As those Mutas loop back over. We've got a couple of Ultras going to turn around. There's the Ultras of Serral showing up. Right now he has 14 Ultras to the 11. And the upgrades are even across the board here. The Ultras start to mingle with one another yet again, shall we call it, and that is what this is right now. The Ultras, cuddles of love. 33 drones dead. We do see the Lings still just running around here and there. The Mutas too, causing some chaos in amongst The Ultra's just being active, so Serral still making use of his other units. Once again, backed away, gave up some space. We're going to see Rogue getting across the map. We'll see how much damage he can find. He's been the one just absolutely, you know, dying off in the drone count recently, so a bit of retaliation would not go amiss, to say the least. The Ultra's going to fight on this ramp. Serral somehow gets the concave advantage in Ultra versus Ultra there, and genuinely had an impact. Yes, he should win this out. What a weird situation. The things surrounding these Ultras are actually surprisingly effective as well. Had another Ultra helping out too, of course, but like, man, we actually are gonna see Rogue die, but like only because his economy really can't keep on replacing what he lost, and he doesn't have an Ultra Cavern anymore as well, or a spawning pool apparently, so lost those structures. He'll say GG. I feel like Rogue was out this game for quite a hot second or two, but it took a moment for Serral to actually get the W, close this out, and bring it through for victory. Serral will go 3-0 into the finals. Alright, so we'll be heading into the finals of that later on, guys, obviously. We do have a third place match in this setup as well. But basically, first of all, we're going to go through the other matchup, which is Maru versus Reynor. So, we're going to dive through this and see what we can do. I guess I'll run ads. We'll kick off into our first game of this BO5 in just a little bit, guys. So, Maru Reynor coming up. We'll give it a minute or so. Get this going. That was kind of a weird game, to say the least. What a wonderful experience. What a wonderful experience, yes. Completely nonsensical across the board. Not really even nonsensical. It made complete sense how they got there, just the ending was still kind of comical, I guess, is maybe the better way to phrase it. Funny stuff. Alright, like I say, it'll take a couple moments, we'll get back on track. Yeah, we'll give it about 30 seconds and we'll just kick in. I think we can actually just jump off into this. Alright, let's go into the other semi-final matchup then, guys. Maru versus Reynor. Let's get this one underway. And let's see what Old Republic will give us for game 1 of this series. We got this started up right here and right now. Oh, hang on. I'll just take us 1 sec. I'll just find the obs I want to set us on. There we go. Alrighty, so second semi-final here in what is the WardiTV, the WardiTV, the LIULI Cup Grand Finals. This is another semi-final. Obviously, we started on the other matchup, which was the we started on the other matchup. Sorry, which was the Salvus Rogue semi-final. This is the other semi-final, Reynor Maru, and we'll see how this goes. And then obviously after this, we'll go from Reynor Maru into the third place matchup, and then the final matchup after that as well. Yeah, that is the plan of action, my friends. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're going for. We'll see what Reynor and Maru give to us, two players who have had the history against one another. Matchup where I actually think a lot of the time I feel like Reynor should be the favorite, and then Maru shows us just how strong he can be in some of the later game scenarios and everything as well. And sometimes I think that Maru's style does kind of go against Reynor's style, and Reynor struggles against, especially some of the later game kind of turtley stuff, and the less active kind of play styles of the Terran player. I think is something that can kind of bite Reynor a lot of the time and kind of make him suffer and not really enjoy what's going on a lot of the time as well. I think it's fair to say. It's going to be seen a hatch pool. A couple of drones coming about. The refinery's on the way over. We got a lot of that on the way through. We'll get this underway and see just where we're going to take things for the next few moments. Get this started out and see where we take things. Obviously some peaceful openings here on the TVZ. Here's command center first from Maru, so not going to see anything overly crazy from him for the first few moments. Going to be pretty peaceful in that regard, at least. And we'll see where we go. A couple queens going through. That Reaper is on the way up, so we are going to get the Reaper to try and scout about and see a bit of what's going on eventually. It's going to be the plan. Reaper just going to shoot to his couple lanes and go through for a moment or so. Again, the link stage is building. A couple links going to get in. Trying to see what's going on. As we have a couple of SCVs, the starport and the command center all building through initially. Going to be seeing the Ling going to take some shots. The Reaper going to be firing away. Ling going to take some damage. So I'm going to see those couple of Hellions continue to come through. It's just going to get that set up. And yeah, Reaper coming about. I'm just going to see that Cloaking, the Hellion, the Banshee, all of that continuing through for a couple moments as well. So we get a lot of that up and rolling. And get things underway. Drones coming through itself for a couple moments here. Just going to see that Banshee and that Cloaking continued up as well, so bringing that straight on in. Settle down for a couple of moments and see where we get to. Just have that Banshee as going to come alongside a couple of Hellions as well. So really pretty peaceful first few minutes of this. Nothing super crazy just yet as the Hellion and the Banshee all comes up. Just going to get the little Marine kill on an Overlord there. So grabbing an Overlord is going to be nice. The double Armory is on the way up as well. Bringing that double Armory into play. The Banshee and the SCVs all continue through. And that Cloaking is still continuing to play as well. So we got a lot of that into place. Going to go, oh, 2 more factories. So we're going to go mech here right off the bat from Maru. Just says, hey, let's play some mech in this series. And I do think that's kind of the thing where, like I say, doesn't necessarily, you don't have to necessarily be the turtly Terran with mech, but like it does kind of lead towards kind of games that get drawn out, and I think that is where Maru probably does excel a little bit more against Reynor than what I would typically imagine. Like I say, to me, I favor Reynor in this matchup going into it. So I do think this is the kind of game though where maybe I look at it and say, okay, that's why I maybe don't favor Reynor. You know, if you can kind of craft these games where this sort of setup is going to be apparent and very real, then yeah, maybe that's why I don't favor Reynor. And maybe that's what Maru feels like as well. Maybe he also identifies that this is his better way to kind of go about things and to set up and everything, so. Queen's going to be there. Hellion's the Reaper go back the other way. Circling coming through. A couple of Hellions and the Banshee together will connect. It's going to be a nice little grab. Nice little shutdown there, as you just see. The vehicle weapon in play, and like I say, continuing through. Just going to have the Hellions continue to swim through the creep. And knock some of it down. Obviously, the more you can take away map control-wise from the Zerg early, the better off you're going to be. So any sort of creep spread removal we get, we're going to take. To have the 1-1 upgrades on the vehicle weapons in play, and so coming through as well. So we continue to bring that online. And a lot of the rest of this just continuing up as well. The Banshee's going to find a couple drones transferring between the bases. You get 2 of those kills pretty quickly, so we knock those down immediately. There's a couple of lingers in the base as Reynor sees what's up. Reynor having to, you know, obviously deal with these Banshees while also trying to apply some pressure of his own here. Trying to see if he can do as much as he can at the moment. The Banshees get rid of 7 workers in total. Now the Banshee's going to go through the extractor for a couple more moments as well. Knock that extractor down, turn back onto a couple more of these drones. It's going to be 8 workers killed. The extra factories building up. The command center lands onto the low ground. And the Banshees will continue to make their move outwards to keep the pressure rolling. Gonna find this hatchery here, and again, Banshees being annoying. Hyperflight Rose, their super speed that they can navigate around very comfortably, move pretty much wherever they want to go. Kill so far, an Extractor, 9 drones, 9 lings. We only lost 1 Hellion on the side of Maru, so it's already been a very successful starting point. Takes a forward 4th base as an orbital at 7.5 minutes, so he's just being kind of giga greedy in these early stages. Like, he is just setting up and saying, cool, we're playing this game, and we're going to be here a while unless you're going to do something about it, which I think he's going to be pretty well set to deal with if Reynor is going to try and do something about it, to be honest, so... Banshee's still going to fire. He's going to be seeing the Queens taking a bit more damage again. The Hellions coming back around, just trying to see what else is going on. The Queens will be there, the Hellions get turned around. Again, Command Center will set up the orbital, still chilling for a moment or two. Mess around on these units. Hey, it's nice to actually get some kills here from Reynor. Knocks a bunch of Hellions down very efficiently, but problem is still going to kind of remain is that A, we lost a lot of lings, but B, Hellions are very replaceable. Like, Hellions are not the be-all and end-all in this case, and so getting rid of them is nice. But Maru's not going to, cry over those. He is very much so still moving around with these Banshees, setting up all of the other tech units. The Hellions get replenished so quickly and easily. I don't think he's super bothered about that at all as he gets rid of this Extractor off on the side. And the thing I will say is he doesn't have, like, ground-based map control at the moment, which maybe he's given up on a little bit too because there's a lot of lings out. Roach count has grown as well. So maybe you're just stepping away from that anyway at this stage. Early upgrade, +2 missiles, and Carib is building up. The adrenal gland's on the way. Viper's still producing those Banshees in the center of the map. We'll get their way through a bunch of creep tumors here. And again, just denying creepers being a pretty high priority from Maru throughout this. He has so many scans because he already opened 4 orbital. So he's just scanning, and consistently removing creep as well. Even an extra scan there at the end didn't feel as bad as maybe it usually would because you just have those extra scans from the 4th orbital that oftentimes would be a planetary fortress instead. So yeah, I think even that extra one just to get another active human feels okay. Now we're going to have even the Raven here, actually, so we don't even have to scan all of the locations. Just some of them. Raven, I imagine, is looking for some anti-armor missile. Going to land that down on a few lings on the right-hand side. He also hits the Vipers, which are going to come through for their Blinding Clouds. If Thor steps out of that Blinding Cloud, it's going to step into the danger of the rest of the army. The lings will flank in from the other side as Reynor makes a move through to try and crush this force. I just think the Blue Flame Hellbats will be the biggest issue in the end because the lings are really shredded everything else. Of course, the Hellbats then die once the Roach Ravager gets forward, and maybe actually the true biggest issue is what we're going to do about these freaking Banshees, which are still up in the skies and just requesting so much attention from Reynor. This is not a situation where it's like, okay, you dealt with the ground army, just focus on... No, you've dealt with the ground army, but bam, the Banshees are there capitalizing, dealing extra damage. You need to have something mixed into your composition to deal with these Banshees in the long term, otherwise this is going to backfire on you, and if that backfires on you, it's going to be a very bad time indeed. Thor's gathering, the Banshees move back over, and the Adrenal Glands, 2-2 upgrades, all coming about. The Lingbane still producing through as well, bring a lot of the rest of this up and online. Lingbane, Roach Ravager. We'll take a step forward. Just going to see the Banshees going to fire. We're going to see a Blind Cloud going down. The Thors are going to get caught. Just going to see the Banshees will take a few more shots. The Lings are going to run through onto the Siege Tanks here. Actually going to see a few of them running through. They're going to grab the Hellbat. So one Hellbat going down. The rest of the Lings will continue through as well. I'm just going to see those SCVs continue to drop here. A couple more workers going down as well. Banshees will continue to fire a few more. The Lings continue to drop. Thors will shoot. The Hellbats will join in. And we are just going to be seeing the rest of this little bit of Roachbane Ravager try and step through as well. Raven, Vikings, Hellbats continue to move through. +2 melee upgrade coming online. The Bane speed still coming up. Ling, Roach, +3 Carapace. All of this continuing in. +3 missile upgrade coming in as well. And this army of Maru just stepping over to the left-hand side. Continuing to move over in this direction. For a few moments, a few of those Zerglings already getting caught. going to see the Lings are going to run by. Those SCVs will once again be active. I'm just going to be having the army continue to push through at the moment. So continue to just head upwards at the moment. Just continue to get that on the go. 3-3 upgrades on both sides of the map. Hellbats, tanks, and Thors continue in. The Lings will continue to build. The rest of the Lings looking to try and get down the bottom toward the SCV line there. Not quite able to at the moment. Ling Ravager still gathering, working through the rocks for a few moments' time. Above the ducks, just going to see a Viking going down. The Overseers, the Lings, the Banes, the Ravagers, everything moving back toward the center of the map currently, so putting that back over in that direction. The upgrades continue to come through. And again, the 3-3 continuing in. Vikings command centers all on the way up. Those Thors still firing away just for a couple of moments right now. So again, damage being dealt right off the back. Thors will continue to step over once again. Thors and Hellbats moving through. The Zerglings will step up, but it's going to be denied again. Thors and the Hellbats will be there to turn that back around the other direction again. So turn that back around. Just going to see the Raven going to drop an anti-armor missile down. The Ravager's going to get caught in that. And then we turn back once more and just continue to go back the other direction. Everything continue to kind of go one way and then the other. And we reset again. All have ducked in. Viking, I believe, just went down. You can see the Banshee's taking a chance to nibble through the top left-hand side. That's a hatchery that will end up in a lot of trouble here, obviously, very quickly. That might actually just go down as Maru continues to honestly hold very good control of the map. Reynor still adding tools to the army. The Neural Parasite, the 3-3 upgrades will continue to come through as well. Continue to produce that through as well, so we just have a couple extra Vikings in the production tab of Maru. He's killed 6 Hellbats. He's going after this hatch. Reynor has to kind of commit in, use a few Banes to clean this up. There, the Banshee's going to show up as well. If we don't have anti-air here, these Banshees are going to get a second hatchery. And these Banshees just been such a problem. I get it. You never really wanted to make like permanent anti-air or like proper anti-air, because eventually you have things that deal with the Banshees anyway, like parasite bombs and so on. But man, these Banshees have been so freaking annoying. Considering we're 40 minutes in, we lost 2 Banshees. We're still building some new Banshees as well. And why wouldn't you? You're just getting so much value out of it each and every moment right now. Army composition, very Thor heavy here from Maru. 8 Thors, 5 tanks only. A lot of Lingbane Ravagers. Probably the right sort of kind of group of units. Love the Infestors in this scenario. But less tanks, the Neural Parasites that we just saw upgraded have a very good chance of landing and sticking, because you don't have the tanks to kind of clear the Infestors out from afar. So if you can kind of hit the front line of Thors with Neurals, you can actually, really turn a fight very quickly. Like I say, there's not a ton of tanks from Maru. He is rectifying that a little bit. 3 more siege tanks being built at the moment. A couple of Vikings will shoot. The Overseers will take some damage. Just going to abduct on the Vikings. The Banes will keep rolling through. The Hellbats will kind of get crushed here. A couple more Corrosive Vials coming down once again. So a few more shots coming straight in on that one. And just get ready to go once more as we see another scan. Ravager's going to get caught in an anti-armor missile. Thors are still trying to step forward. The Hellbats are still trying to step forward as well. Continue to move through with this at the moment. Just looking to see what else we can do. Corrosive Vials continue to land. The Viking continue to come over. Continue to get this on the go for now. Just going to be seeing the Lings. The +3 melee upgrade continue to come about. The Banshees will come over as well. Well, the Banshees will come back around over this side now, so they're just going to relocate themselves for a couple more moments, see what else they can do. Stay active for, again, a few more moments. Commands are going to go back over to the center there. It's going to move straight back in position to try and find extra value at this point. Wingbane Ravager all building. The Viper's on the way through, the +2 ship weapons coming up as well. Continue to bring those little factors into this right now. The Banshee's going to eat that parasitic bomb. It's going to see them taking a bunch of damage. Fungal Neurals. Neurals into what, though? It's going to fly them towards the Terra and the Zerg army. Corrosive Vials. This is the least effective way of killing these Banshees I think we could have found. that was nasty, no? I'm surprised we didn't lose an Infestor during that. I guess that, yeah. Interesting. Alright, I still see +1 missile fly attack coming through. Roach Bane Lane continues to produce the Engineering Bay. coming up. The armor upgrade and the +2 ship weapons still building. The command center will come down, and we are going to be seeing these Banes still moving through. Big blinding cloud's going to hit a bunch of these Thors. They get caught up. Neural Parasite's coming down again. We are going to see a couple of Thor shots coming back the other direction. It's going to be a one fight for Maru, actually. The Neural's never stuck. You know, every time the Neural came down, it felt like the Thor flicked to being blue for Reynor's, and then it flicked back over to being red almost instantly. That's just the Infestors dying. Considering we hadn't lost an Infestor by now we've lost 8 of them, so they all go down. Bling Ravager. Queen continue to push through, and again, just going to get over there. I'm just going to see the Blinding Cloud coming down. Just going to see a couple of Corrosive Valves coming in as well. The Lings will wrap around, the Thors will fall, the Planetary Fortress as well. Again, just going to see the Lings run through, just going to jump onto that Planetary Fortress again, try to see what we can do with a counterattack from Reynor. Once we get this Planetary, he will get this Planetary. Maru still sits on 5 bases outside of this, so you already see him moving an orbital command of all things just over to replace this as well. So he's going to swiftly make the move across to kind of clean that up and to get that back on track. We're going to have ourselves the switch into Ghosts as well, get even upgrades for those Ghosts, the 1-1 infantry upgrades coming through. This is kind of a bigger deal, right? Because now you lose the left side base and you lose the 6 o'clock base, and Reynor is the one with the massive bank, so they're putting a little bit of pressure on Maru at the moment. He's losing bases, he can replace them, but his bank is not growing quickly, and maybe if we can take a big fight in this period, wipe him, rebuild, go again, the rebuild from Maru is going to be difficult to kind of get going. The issue is going to be taking the fight from Reynor, because you're fighting against what is currently looking to be a bigger and bigger just kind of like defensive position. Like, this is becoming this big turtly kind of Terran army, and that's not going to be fun, easy, or even slightly efficient to attack into realistically, right? So again, the extra Ghosts and the tanks coming through. Libera is still building, Medevac on the way, got a few more mules dropping down into the mineral line. Hellbats will step up, the couple of Thors will be there as well. A few Changelings stepping forward. Gonna see those getting blasted. The Hellbats will make sure to right-click through a couple of those Changelings. But the Viper's still flying off to the side. The Zerglings will also make a way down on the bottom. It's gonna be seeing a couple of Lings will go nibbling. Just gonna see the Blinding Clouds coming through once again. We have a few more Corrosive Valves still dropping into place. Great Spire, Hatchery coming through. The couple of Libs and the attack upgrade coming about. The Siege Tanks in production as well. Hellbats and Medevacs all producing through. The Zerglings will take their chance to jump onto a bunch more of these SCVs that keep on falling here. And again, run-bys, lowering the economy, making it difficult for Maru to max out. The only thing I will say is less SCVs, but we still have a ton of mules, and hence the army count of Maru is massive. And so when Reynor does decide to fight, yeah, he's got a major bank advantage, but the fight is very likely going to go in Maru's favor, and pretty heavily at that as well. So I think that's going to be a pretty major factor here, as the Thors, the Ghosts, they are going to step up. They're going to go after this Hatchery. That's going to get knocked down. The Lingbane still running through as well. Just going to be seeing the rest of these Lings still latching onto a couple of orbital commands here. And just trying to find a little extra. The Banes rolling through 11 SCVs. Watching the production to have to see if Maru rebuilds any SCVs. He might just be at the point where he says, all I need is gas SCVs, and so I need like 20 to 30. And anything less than that, whatever. He's on 29, he's rebuilding 1. He has a ton of bases, so he could rebuild more than that if he wanted to. He's building a single, he's building a couple. So he's getting a couple into play, but mostly it seems pretty happy just to replenish the army supply higher. He's still working on upgrades. Another round of Lingbane just rolling through. At some point, we're going to have to take a glance at the resources lost, guys, but I think if you're a Zerg player... Okay, this is actually not so bad. 36 to 33k. I thought it was going to be much worse for Reynor already. Yeah, I guess he's killed a lot of tanks. He's killed a lot of Thors as well, to be fair, so there has been kind of aspects of that being added. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought for Reynor. I thought he was going to be trading a bit worse. I guess we'll see. You know, consider this now. 21 minutes in, it's 36 to 33k. I guess let's see where this goes in the near future. So Reynor on a 3k deficit right now. fights from here on out are going to be very telling, because fights from here out are going to be where you really need to keep trading efficiently as Reynor to ensure that you can kind of make this game, work in your favor, especially because it's going to be a very difficult map to steal bases on. Like, this is not an easy map to stop the Terran from expanding to eventually. Like, if the Terran eventually wants to defend the far left side, they can really play around the far left side. If they eventually want to mine this bottom base and the bottom right bases, they can set up very defensively on those bottom right bases. So stealing bases and denying the Terran from kind of getting to some of the economy they might typically be getting to, or you might expect them to get to, that is something which is not easily done compared to usual. On this, specifically because of the map. So I do think that'll be an interesting factor as this game continues by. Big push from, I say push, more of a setup on that bottom right side. Like I say, maybe establish some of the bases over here. You're going to put yourself close to some of Reynor's bases to maybe knock down as well. Reynor still at the bank account, currently in his favor. 60 drones in the game, still has a lot of mining, 26 SCVs, a Maru. Like I say, maybe not much need for him to really kind of keep on rebuilding those SCVs at this point. I don't think that's something we have to keep on replenishing at this stage. Another scan comes down. He's going to see the Lingbane Ravager coming through. The tanks will siege up. The Hellbats will settle in. We are going to be seeing the +2 attack upgrade continue to come across that +2 attack. Coming straight through for the moment. Continue to build that up just for now. Hellbats will step through. Kuchima goes down. The Lingbane Ravager still looking to make a step forward as well. Lings will try and make a move. It's going to be seeing the Lings still building, the Libs, the tank, and the CCs coming up as well currently. And we do have a couple of shots coming off. Snipe's coming down. Queen's going to get hit. You're going to see the Hellbat's going to be there. The Lingbane Ravager is going to continue to roll through for a couple of moments, so away we go. Pushing straight through into this for a couple of seconds. Putting some damage out. And he continues to move around. Big push up from Maru will continue for a few moments then. Big attack actually coming in. I mean, you can just see the Ghost going to try and line up a couple more snipes as well. They get toward a few of those Ravagers. The Thors end up on the right-hand side, and they will go after this hatchery also. And it looks as though this hatchery will get broken down. Like I say, the investment on the right side will not just deny bases of the Zerg. It'll give you bases of the Terran. I actually think if you're Reynor right now, you probably have to try and take the left side 9 o'clock. I don't think it's an easy or really viable one to hold, but do you not have to just try? Because if the Terran focuses on the right, maybe you do just get away with taking the left side base, and even if you just take some resources away from that position. Yeah, Maru is thinking the exact same thing. He scans that location right now, because he's thinking like, hey, this is the perfect chance for you to be expanding over there, and if you are, I want to know about it and to do something about it. So he was already thinking about denying it, because he knows it's the right play, probably from Reynor, or maybe not the right play, but it's definitely a smart play from Reynor. It definitely would be the right sort of idea. Now he's just scanning everywhere, trying to read the army. And a bunch more broods are coming online. We have got only 2 Thors left from Maru, hence the rebuild into 1 extra. But yeah, he's actually a little bit low on the Thor count. One of the big things is that Reynor's bank account has just been drained over time. We mentioned 37 versus 34k. That's 49 versus 41. It's still not even a bad trade, but it has been more resource loss for Reynor than Maru in recent history, and I do think that continues to be a factor here. That'll be something that we continue to see kind of developing over a little bit of time right now, as we just see the couple of orbitals full of energy ready to drop mules at a moment's notice, so you know that they are going to be sat there waiting for their chance. A few Lings are going to try and run through. They're going to get picked away at without really achieving much just yet. A nice little scan. We'll clean up a couple more of those as well, so continue to play cleanup for the moment. Get that all into place. Get that all set up. Again, Thor, the +3 armor upgrade coming through, those Broodlords and the hatcheries. +3 flyer attack upgrade coming in as well. We bring a lot of that straight through here. And the Liberators are going to try and chase those broods off. Maru trying to keep Reynor at bay for a couple of moments. Again, Thor, +3 armor. The rest of this all continuing by just for the moment. Bringing up to as much of that as we can get to. Now, Broodlord is going to be coming about, trying to see what else is going on. Just going to have the Libs making a move, just going to have our siege tank stepping over, and we'll see the couple of Libs sieging up already. The Infestors and the Broods maybe want to make a bit of a play. Got the Ling Bane Ravager heading down the right side. Ling's going to jump onto the siege tanks already. Corrosive Biles onto the Liberator to start us off. Going to keep running through. The tanks will fall. The Zerglings will continue to play cleanup. Ravager's coming through as well. The Ling's jumping onto the refinery. Just going to pick that off also. 10, 12 SCVs going down at the moment. And now we have ourselves 20 more Zerglings continue to produce. +3 fly attack coming up as we speak. And those few Lings will actually get onto the planetary fortress. The Baneling going off. A bunch more SCVs going down. Corrosive Biles going to land onto a couple of Hellbats right there. Maru 190 to Reynor 190 supply. 150 to 130 army supply. Bank account from Maru still drained, but with bases to mine from. Reynor, the bank account really is not as healthy as I think he wants it to be, especially in terms of the gas. It is a problem. Just at that point where you kind of just need to keep on rebuilding because we've not been able to trade enough so far, and can't help but feel like right now this game has absolutely slipped away from Reynor. Like I say, it's not over yet. A good fight still defines a lot of what happens. I just much more fancy the good fight, or much more believe in the good fight going in Maru's favor than I do for Reynor at the moment. Reynor's army is 14 broods, 8 infested. We're adding on a chunk more broods as well, 3 more. It is essentially just going to come down to that kind of one major battle, basically. Like, we are just at that kind of stage of the game where that is basically what this is. We'll see how the major battle goes. Like I said, I find it difficult to believe in Reynor's army. It really isn't impossible. I don't think I want to be overly negative about this. I just, again, when you look at the two, you don't just think Maru's is that much better. I guess it depends a little bit on the spell casting. If those infested can truly be meaningful, then that's obviously a big deal. There's something that you can really talk about there, but that kind of, that leaves a big question mark. That's a big kind of, that's a big question mark up in the air. Like, nothing's a guarantee right there right now. So, that's still something we've got to kind of ask ourselves, more so than take for granted. Some of the Ling Bane Ravager moving around again. A couple of scans. We'll see starting to fight. There's that left side base being taken from Reynor, but he's also going to dive the right and try and deny the base of Maru over here at the same time. Again, this becomes a duel of economy in these later stages, so it's important to kind of get towards some of these positions and try to do something about them, as we do see the Thors continue to push back the other way, so we're going to get some damage on over there. A couple of the scans coming down, keeping an eye on everything. Queen going to get deleted. SDVs will keep on mining through. Couple more shots. The Liberators will siege. Just going to see the Spores again getting pushed back, and the Liberator getting caught by a parasitic bomb is just going to have to take an unsiege and retreat away. He does not want to spread too much damage as this base. I think most importantly, this base just not going to mine is probably the most important factor of all of this. That base not mining really does a lot here. He's going to see the Ghost, going to cloak up and back away. Tank is going to get a few shots up. He's not going to hesitate to kind of put some work in on that. And then he's going to see the Bane still crashing through for a bunch of the SCVs. Oh, guess what? We can just remule this. As long as we have SCVs to mine the gas, I just do not think that Maru is going to be overly concerned. He is going to rebuild 10, so he still wants to mine with those SCVs. He still wants a decent amount of them. Maybe even more than I would have initially guessed he would have wanted, so I guess that part remains intriguing. Let's see, the Thors are fighting. The Siege Tank is going to be taking some more damage. The Lings, the Ravage is going to run straight through here. Going to find the mules, and Maru just has to retreat away from this position. A few snipes will come down, though, and that's one of the valuable things you have right now as Maru as well. The Ghost snipes trade so well. 59k to 50k. Honestly, such a late-game scenario where the Zerg just has not traded badly against the Terran. He's just also not really denied the Terran play from being able to expand. Like, Maru has actually been able to step towards so many of these bases so consistently. Reynor's trades have been very good. Just usually when you trade like that, the Terran's having a real bad time, so the Terran can't get bases up, and that's just not been the case here at all. Things will just run through. Just going to jump onto a couple of siege tanks straight away. It's just going to grab those as well. Those Zerglings jumping onto a couple of the refineries. The Broodlords still making a slow move over to the sides. Since trying to come down, the Broodlords will play the denial, and that obviously these two armies will dance around. There's really not rebuilding from this. Like, there's some money in the bank from both players, but if these two armies battle, the rebuild on the back of this is going to be some very low-tech units that have to build up very quickly. There's not going to be a big rebuild to the point that we're at right now, so this is going to be the one time in the game where these two kind of armies potentially clash. The Lings and the Ravagers combine nicely there. The Thor goes down, the other Hellions show up, just going to push the Lings back the other direction again. And then the Hellions still chasing, and then she's jumping in toward those Ravagers, going to get one. Skullcrawler, just going to try and take position as well. Hellions will continue to come through, and again the Ling Roach continue to come back around again for the moment. Ghost is going to go moving about. Lings will get a grab on the Hellions. The Thors and the Lius will continue to settle. It's going to be seeing the hatch going down. A few more of these Broodlings popping. The Ravagers, the Roaches, the Lings continue to come about. And now we just push in. It's going to force Reynor to respond, I guess. Unless Reynor just wants to try and counterattack, but she might. A lot of snipes coming down. Just going to catch a bunch of the Brews, but then a bunch of the Ghosts get caught in return, so that's neat. We did drop some EMPs down on the Infestors. They're going to be out of energy for a second or two at the very least. Corruptor's still coming about. We got ourselves the Ghosties still producing through. Infestors and Lings continue to come over. All that's still building into place here as everything else continues to settle for the moment. "26 drones dead. This army's still just moving up into the main base of Reynor. See Reynor's last few bits of the bank account being spent. I just do not see him winning a fight. 20 army supply down. Maybe if he catches this in two major different parts, right? Maybe that is a big deal. But yeah. I don't really have much to add on this one, guys. I think this being one of those games where I feel like it's been over. This has not been like that one-sided per se. It's just the way that the game went. It seems, to me at least, that it's been fairly clear this is just not really been going to have a happy ending for Reynor for quite some time now. So with that in mind, I really do think we're on the verge of a conclusion here that kind of matches the story of the game. Maybe there's still a little bit of last-minute drama that can happen. A couple of Infestors drop fungal growth down. That'll be something at least. A few Broodlords are still moving around. The Thors, the tanks, the Libs, the Ghosts make their way across as well. So let's see. 4 more Infestors in production. Bringing those about. And just spending what he can right now. He's very gas heavy compared to the minerals. So Infestors very, gas intensive units. Makes sense to kind of build. Probably the best thing he can build with the ratio of resources he has. Just trying to get something or anything out that can help at any point at this stage generally is going to be helping you. So just trying to play with that in mind and take that kind of direction into consideration here, I imagine. Everything gathering in for a moment or two. Just gonna step over. Just gonna be having our Thors, our Hellbats, our Ghosts coming about as well. Just gonna continue to move across here for a couple of seconds. So the Ling's going to take the chance to jump onto a few of these SCVs. 5 workers going down. Make it 6. Liberators continue to move over as well. So another nice 11 SCVs just going to be picked off. Again, can't really complain at that. Just good value being found throughout this. Maru is maxed out and Reynor is not, guys. 175 to 141 army supply. Resource loss at the end of this does go up to about a 14k difference. Still was not terrible for Reynor, like a base of economy behind. Just Maru just in the end was again better at kind of establishing some of those bases, like that left side base of Reynor. Still never mind. You could argue that maybe it was a Terran base for a while. I mean, Maru's taking the right side now in comparison, but yeah, obviously Reynor had that right side initially as well. Just has not, again, long-term played out the way that Reynor needed it to. So it does feel as though this one is a fight away from being Maru's. We'll see if Reynor can create some magic in this final engagement, but I just do not think it's really going to be possible at this point in time. As we're just going to see. There you go. Infestor's pulling back. The Ghost trying to drop an EMP or two. You can see the Ghost obviously going forward. Any snipe on a unit right now is kind of final. There's not a lot of rebuild potential at this stage. Structure count from Reynor is an infestation pit. And that is about it. Not even a spawning pool up as the Libs will slow siege and push this forward. In fact, I don't even know if you really want to build things now, but obviously it does stop you building a rebuild, no attack. It's going to be a bit of a messy one. We try and drop some fungals. We did drop a couple of initial neurals, but the infestors just die so quickly. The tanks are making sure to target fire those. Brutal Count is trying to hang on in there. The Ghost in the background finally gets some snipes towards the bridge. We step away from that fungal growth. Some of these tanks have survived a long time, and Reynor's army is just not getting it done at all. GG. Maru is going to take the opening game of this BO5 after 37 minutes of Old Republic. We are going to get there in favor of the Terran. Around then, Bam, thank you for the 11-month resub. Also, thank you, Ledgehot, during that game for the 12-month resub. Appreciate you as well. Thank you so very much. And we do have Maru up 1-0 in this BO5. We'll head to a game 2 then in a couple moments, guys. And just run some ads and we'll get pretty much right back to it. I think I'm going to go quickly grab a drink. Just because we've got a few moments of ads. So let me just go grab a drink. Moku on the 123-month resub as well. Yeah, let me grab a drink, guys. I'll be back with you in just a couple of moments. I'll leave you with the beautiful sellout button. Hello everyone and welcome to the WardiTV sellout button, where we press one button and tell you guys all the ways you can support the stream and the StarCraft 2. First of all, don't forget to like and subscribe on the YouTube channel if you're watching over there. And secondly, if you're watching on Twitch, you can hit the follow to see when we go live. On Twitch, don't forget you use your Prime subs. They are free and they are awesome. If you do not use your Prime, we will say you're committing a crime. Of course, you can sub regularly, you can gift the subs, there's a membership system on the YouTube as well, and one of the most important things is to also check out the Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of everything goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize money. Is there a better deal than that? Yeah! Gifting subs, because then you just spread the joy of WardiTV and StarCraft to others. What isn't there to love? Alrighty guys, hello. Welcome back. Let's jump into game 2. Winter Madness, coming on up. Coming on at ya. Right about now. Bottom right side, blue Terran player here. This is going to be Maru, who is finding himself up 1-0 in this BO5. Long way to go if that first game is anything to go by. See what happens here in this game 2 as we start this off and get underway. Yeah, sorry, give me 1 second, guys. The screen's just gonna blank out for a second. And we're back. Sorry, just don't want the... there's a spoiler that comes on the screen of the time of the game when I know why not to look to not see it when I just select the observer, but if you guys do, I don't want to spoil it for people, potentially, just in case you accidentally see it even, so just blank the screen out for a second. Do I still play StarCraft? Only a rare occasion, I do, yeah. Not super often, though. Not super often. There's a couple barracks going to come about. SCV on the way in, hatching the pool coming up. Drone being added as well. Yeah, T-Rex Reaper to start us off from Maru on this one. It's a bit of a different opening. I think back to the start of the last game, it was CC first, very greedy. From the very first moments of that game, Maru was kind of committed into being this kind of greedy Terran player and kind of really just went with that kind of flow. So, just to see if we see kind of more of the same here this time around, or if we maybe change the vibe up a little bit as we move on through, as we kick off into a second game right now. So we get this underway, we get this started, and look to see just how things will play in the next little bit of time. Lovely stuff. A couple of Reapers on the way, the orbital command coming by, the depot coming over. So bring that up as well. And yeah, the two SCVs, just going to retreat. One back to the main. One, I think we'll build a command center there, so that will be the setup for the moment. Getting that all underway and bringing this up and online. And I hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to the stream today. Again, just covering some replays after I've been away for a couple of days. If you guys are enjoying and you want to see more in the future, obviously the usual buttons, the follow and so on. Always appreciated. The likes and the subs on the YouTube, we appreciate you. And the subs on the Twitch, super appreciate it as well. Thank you, the Gyron for the 59-month resub. Keep it up. Absolutely. Thank you so much for 59, as the two rings will not go far. But yeah, appreciate the resubs. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for joining us for some chill StarCraft. We are going to do some sponsored content later. I'll just take a chance to quickly mention !Galactic in the Twitch chat. I will give you the link through to our sponsored content today. It's one of those sponsors where if you install the game, we instantly get paid for it. If you reach level 4, we get paid for it. If you reach level 8, we get paid for it. We'll only have this sponsorship live until tomorrow. It's going to be cut short a bit because we have another sponsorship to move to on Monday that requires us to wrap this one up. So if you want to help us out for free, it's a super free, easy way to support more StarCraft 2 content. Check that out. It's greatly appreciated. It goes a long way. And I've seen a couple of people trying to use other commands, guys. The WardiBot is dead. I don't know what's happened, but WardiBot is currently dead. So I'm going to have to look into a new bot for the channel. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. I just actually need some time to do it, but I didn't realize WardiBot was down until I tried to go live today. So WardiBot is missing. So if you are kind of wondering, hey, where's the links at and stuff like that, yeah, apologies. I just didn't want to set everything up on the stream element spot when I'm probably not going to use that long term. So that's all it is. That's all it's coming down to. That's all the reason for what's going on. What happened? Yeah, I honestly, I've been using this bot since legitimately before I went full. Well, maybe, I think I got this bot when I went full-time in StarCraft 2. Like, I think the first, like, if I look at the user database, the first, like, I got WardiBot in 2015. 8th of July 2015 was the first ever time that WardiBot kind of was used. So WardiBot's been active for 10.5 years, and I think it's just at the point where the bot program that I was using has actually just been taken offline. I think they stopped updating it a long time ago. People stopped supporting it. People moved on to bigger and better things, you know. Because this was a bot from kind of, not quite the basic days of Twitch, but like, you know, the early days still, and there's just bigger and better things there now. So I think they stopped updating a while ago, and I actually think they just finally took it offline. That or it's just down for the day. But I think it's very realistic that they just let the domains leave and it's just down forever now. So yeah, WardiBot is served as well. WardiBot will be back as WardiBot, I'm pretty sure. I just needs a new bit of software to get him running again. So yeah, fear not, guys. WardiBot should return as WardiBot if you're gonna miss him. But even better, WardiBot might even work on YouTube now as well. So that would be really crazy. So that's a possibility too. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we get that sorted out and figured out, and so on and so forth. I think with the new one I'm looking into, there's a lot more potential for things we can do with the bot, which is cool. Just need to actually get it set up and stuff, you know. But might be a week or two just while I look into it, and I don't know how complicated the setup procedure is. It might be really easy just to get it set up on a baseline level, right? So in that regard, it might not take long. I just don't want to say it's going to be back tomorrow. It might be a few days. I might not have a chance to set it up tomorrow either, right? So yeah, that's all that's going on basically. So yeah, fear not, WardiBot shall return at some point. Everyone listening to this right now is like, that's Wardy. What about Reynor versus Maru? Well, yeah. Look, WardiBot's been a major part of the channel for a long time. We've got to take a moment to talk about our good old bot who's been chilling for so long. It's actually kind of sad because we'll lose all the stats that I have on people as well. I guess I won't lose them, but they'll never be updated again properly. Very sad. But yeah, I think it's been kind of slowly dying for a while. So it's time to move on. It's crazy. WardiBot has tracked 633,000 unique people in the stream. over the course of its lifespan, which I think is really crazy. It's over 500,000 people showed up at some point in the last 10 years. Like, it's really kind of a wild status. Oh my goodness, the friendly fire on those SCVs. All right, enough of WardiTV. More about these SCVs going down. 15 SCVs falling. That was almost primarily due to the siege tank splash damage just hitting hard on those SCVs. That was so much damage taken. Damn, that hurts. That hurts a lot. And that's 15 workers down from Maru. He's playing bio this game, as you can see as well, not going into the mech. Drilling Claws coming up quickly, though, so he's going to go heavy on the Widow Mines. He went +1 only. I wonder if there's some interesting switch coming on, because obviously it is a pretty early double factory. That said, I wonder if maybe I guess the +1 only is also just a factor of, like, the fact that he's also spending gas on, you know, double factory Widow Mine production initially in Drilling Claws, so going into armor upgrades on top of that might be kind of, you know, expensive and maybe not even really sustainable, so kind of got that to think on as well. As you can see right now, interesting state of the game, as you just have the 2 melee upgrades coming through, that bailing speed coming online as well. Continue to bring that up and running here as the Widow Mine goes off once again. The few Queens just going to hit on the medevac. Another Widow Mine goes off onto a Zergling, and you still have 2 upgrades and the Burrow coming about. Widow Mine again for one more drone, just going to get a catch there for a moment or so. A couple more Widow Mine shots, 4 drones going to be killed. Just like that, so pretty feisty. As we get settled back in, just going to see the few Widow Mines will go back across. Of course, we got that Drilling Claws to keep the pressure up and to keep that damage coming pretty much over the next little bit of time. Another Widow Mine shot is going to go off for a few more drones once again. So damage just being done across the board so far in this game. Hive, 2 upgrades, Overlord speed, all of that still building into place as well. So we're bringing a lot of that up at the moment. Gonna see the Widow Mines continue to fight. A couple lanes going down. 16 drones went down, so I mean, honestly, pretty effective out of Maru in the end, and he's not done yet. Man, for how good that run by was from Reynor, he needs to. It's not easy to sharpen up, as simple as that. But we gotta do something here because this is becoming an issue that we gotta get on top of. Otherwise, this is gonna be a problem. So, yeah, gotta try and handle that, as we are gonna be seeing the +2/+1 still coming up. Just going to see the Medevacs, Marine Marauder Mine, all of that continue to come through here just for a little bit. We do have the double mine drop coming in again. Now 24 kills. Reynor's just built nothing but drones for a while. He's at 89, probably because he's even expecting to lose a few more drones as well. At this point, he probably can just go back to unit production. The Hydra Den is ready, so we'll start a few Hydras off on the production tab. But yeah, it's been mine-tastic out of Maru here, just non-stop mining it up. +2/+1 continue to come over. Things will move through once again. Just going to have that medevac obviously being tracked for a couple of seconds, looking to play cleanup there. And once again, we just got to try and stop these freaking mines from doing something. You know, we got yeah, okay, it's difficult to stop them, but we got to try and minimize them. 6 more drones dead, a few lings going down as well. These mines have been so good from Reynor. Resources from Maru. Resources loss is going to favor Maru, but he's obviously been hitting the economy, right? So look what's been lost. Yeah, he lost 20 Widow Mines. So it's definitely not being cheap, and no one's going to tell you otherwise. But it's also, yeah, it's not being cheap. However, it's also been very effective at killing workers. It's been hitting that economy of Reynor, so it's been kind of okay for Maru to have been trading badly, because it has been the economy which he's been able to focus down during this. So I do think that that obviously becomes a pretty major factor about the whole thing as well. A couple more mine shots, a few more drones dropping. A little bit more being done. Just for a little while. I'm just going to be seeing our +1 missiles, our +3 carapace. All of that's still coming through. The medevac's looking to drop in once again. Just going to be seeing a Widow Mine, 2 Widow Mines, 3 Widow Mines. None of them actually connect this time, so that's actually a much better deal. We'll take that any day of the week, I think. So we will be 100% happy there. Again, the rest of these upgrades coming through. Reynor just trying to step into the late stage of this game at this point. As we still have Widow Mines going. How many Widow Mines are going to die before this game ends, guys? Oh, no, no, no. Oh, my goodness. The mine over here killed 13. You know what? I'm actually just going to take a second because we can. I'm just going to do the rewind. Like, I'm going to cheat. I'm just going to cheat. Oh, I didn't quite rewind enough, but we're watching a replay. Let's just do it. Oh, the drone stacked on the mine hits for 13 worker kills. Oh, brutal for Reynor. Sorry. Just had to show that one, as a lot went on right there. And yeah, that is a brutal little moment or so, as we do have the parasitic bomb going off again. Hey, look, we're in the replay. We may as well take a chance and just do a quick instant rewind on something that was just off screen. The observer, trying to look at the other mines. I saw the clump of drones get targeted. Obviously, the observer at the time didn't. That's why following someone else's camera is so nice, because, you know, when you're trying to capture everything, sometimes the little things slip away from you, so... Yeah, so Widow Mines definitely doing their thing. Man, I really felt like Reynor had a successful defense against a mine drop, and then bam, that 13 drone kill. Now, we're late enough in the game where I don't think one mine killing 13 drones is necessarily going to be the be-all and end-all. But it is still annoying to deal with, and I think we might just actually be towards the end of the mine drop era of this game, actually. It's been mine drop pretty much non-stop throughout this. I think we might be done with it now. Like, there's a point where you've got to move away, because, again, resources lost has not exactly been great for you still as Maru. It's still expensive, and like I say, at this point you're killing, even if you kill 10 drones per mine drop, Reynor's on 90 workers. He replenishes those drones so quickly. He gets back to it so quickly as well. Just going to be having the adrenal glands on 3-3 coming about. Very cool to cut the in-game screen, not to spoil the result. You know, hang on, let's see this fight. As the planetary goes down, nice little fight from Reynor coming in here. The Banes will roll through. There's too many tanks though, so I think that's as far as you get. You deny the base, but that'll be it for the moment. That should be replaceable for Maru, who gets a few overseers on the tail end. You know, it's funny, because I actually removed the rewind hotkey from my hotkeys, because what would happen when we're watching replays is sometimes I'd fat finger something, and I think it used to be on like B, it would rewind like 10 seconds or something, but I would always fat finger it, right? So it would just randomly rewind the game. I'd be like, oh, that's awkward. So I unbound it, but this is one of the first times ever it would have actually been useful to have it bound. Otherwise, I have to open up the thing and drag the timer back just a few moments or so. Obviously, that shows the timer of the game, hence why we had to tab out for a moment or so. So yeah. Yeah, guys, the commands are not working today because WardiBot is offline. WardiBot is broken, so no commands today. This is a replay today. We're just casting games from the LIULI Cup Grand Finals from 2 weeks ago. I was not here during this. I was away for the weekend, and this is me kind of playing catch-up. We caught up on most of the games last week, but we didn't get through the top 4. So these are the semi-finals into third place match and finals today, is what's going on. WardiBot, trust me, WardiBot's return is going to be a day of legend. I'm sure of it. I'm sure WardiBot's return will be a day of legend when it comes. 16 SCVs just get crashed into there, by the way. Make it 17. We kill the planetary as well. This is the right idea. If you're going to throw units at bases, you want to be killing not just the base, get the SCVs as well. Really make this a hindrance to the Terran's economy in as many ways as possible. Slow the Terran down, and that pretty much is the amount of damage you need to be doing to actually legitimately slow the Terran down in this scenario. So I like that a lot. I think that's a good decision. I think that's a good way of trading. I think Reynor is taking some better fights here. Well, taking some just generally good fights here. I say better. I'm not sure better than what per se. He's taking some good fights. I think he's approaching this in the right direction. Obviously, he's a bit more active attacking into the Terran player than he was in the last game, but this difference is obviously the last game was mech and had a little bit more defendability about it, so Reynor had not much choice but to kind of go later game. In this one, he's going later game, but he's doing a bit more about going to the later game, right? So that's definitely kind of a factor right now as the Ling Hydra steps through, the couple of tanks going down. We got a bunch more Lings still up in production, 52 of them right now, plus a Hydralisk in the production tab as well. A couple factories coming over. The Lings are going to run in. Marines and Ghosts are going to say nuh-uh. And we'll drop a couple more orbitals back down in position as well for the moment. A couple of those Ghosties will aim, snipe, and remove the Overseer from the equation. Not that the Overseer was doing too much overall. A lot more Banes coming up. Plus missiles, the Lings coming in as well. So continue to bring a lot of that through. Just going to be seeing another round of this. Multi-pronging, so there's attack on the right side, accompanied by an attack on the left. Do any of these Ghosts get taken down? No. It's going to be a much better defense, I think, from Maru this time. He does not lose a lot of economy Doesn't really lose that many units on the left side. These few Lings and the Banes got shut down by the Planetary and Bane Siege Tank combo, so that just went completely wrong, honestly. That just did not go the way you wanted it to. There's a move about Banes gathering up. A couple of Banes will get knocked down here. The Bioforce will jump onto the hatchery. Wouldn't Mind going to try and fire. A couple more Wouldn't Mind's going to try and go through there as well, trying to see what else we can do. In a moment or so, just going to see a couple more of these Banes are going to come crashing on forward. Wouldn't Mind goes for the Hydralisk, and a couple more of those Wouldn't Minds will go for the Hydras as well. Just going for as much as we can get right here. Bio trying to hold their own, just the Ghost coming through as well. Again, the consistency of Reynor's attacks, though, is big. The fact that Maru's getting aggressive, though, he feels okay to actually step on the map and try and make some moves himself. That also in itself is kind of a big deal, honestly. Just going to see the Bio trying to hold back. 14 SCVs go down. Maru taking Reynor's supply down with him, but Reynor has the supply, or the bank account, I should say, to rebuild that supply. Maru's supply is going to have to rebuild off the money he's mining as of right now. That said, he's also just got the massive army supply, and right now, Reynor can't build enough units at once to completely rectify the numbers here, so things are maybe not looking 100% pretty at the moment. He's going to see the Parasite Bomb in the sky, he's going to hit the Medivacs. They're actually going to stay clumped. Finally, we boost one away, just a little bit hectic, a little busy, a lot going on, as Maru has to start peeling away from that one, and we do so. We're just going to see the Bio and the Ghost going back the other direction as well. The Hydra's coming back over there. The Viper is going to have to also turn away and just try and skeet out of there and just try and stay out of trouble. We don't really want to lose the Viper. Spellcasters especially are more expensive to replace. Want to spend as much money as possible on that for the moment. Females dropping down. It's going to drop that into place. Plus 3 vehicle weapons coming through. Marine Marauder coming up. Tanks and the Medivacs continue to produce. And Ghost will come over. The Bane will sit burrowed. Lings will run through. SCVs are going to get jumped on. A couple tanks going to fire. Ghost's going to gather over there. Fully enough, Reynor will see those Ghosts because of the burrowed units, so able to kind of hang around with that for a couple moments. And just chill for a little bit right now. And again, Hydra, Banes, Lings, the Infestors continue to come up. The Mines, the tanks gather through as well. Those Ghosts still sitting up on the high ground. That's one Baneling, right? One Baneling and a Ling, so an unburrow blow up there does a bit of damage, but it doesn't do much. It maybe cancel some snipes on the Ghosts because it is damage onto all those Ghosts. A few Banes will crash through, tank will go down, but still feel like it's Reynor's supply that plummets, and Maru is able to continue to trade very strongly for the moment still. Going to see a couple Lings going through. The SCV still going down. A few more of them still dropping. The Bio going to stem out over to the left-hand side. A couple of those Liberators will unsiege. Bio still stepping through again. The Ling Bane Hydra pushing forward. The tank going to try and hold its own. The Bio pulling back. A couple of Ghosts looking to snipe through. Just going to see the rest of this Bio still gathered together. Just going to see the Ling Bane Hydra still pushing through as well. It's a massive fungal growth going to litter itself all over those Bio units. So that's absolutely just massive from the start. Just going to see a couple more snipes coming down. The Overseer falling. Marine Marauder, Tank Mine continue to come through as well. Command Center going to try and land down into the bottom left-hand side here. Try and get that set up for a moment. Medivacs will boost through. A couple Liberators will try and re-siege. Those drones begin to fall. And it's going to be seeing these orbitals sitting tight and tidy for the moment. Marine Marauder, Tank and Lib all coming through. The Ling's going to make a run around looking for the tanks, looking for whatever they can find here. A couple tanks going down. Reynor just running through again. I think this might be the game when you look at resources lost, it might be like, oh, that's not good for Reynor. Let's have a peek. 41 to 32k. So you can see the difference the last time. Reynor definitely trading worse. He's done a lot more of denying the bases. My issue is that Maru is still getting the bases up, though. Like, there's been a lot more effort to deny the bases, and clearly that's been expensive for Reynor. And yet Maru is still, even with this base being pushed around the right side, he's still about to become a 6-base Terran because the bottom left's about to land. So his base count is clearly comfortable. And again, it's another map where it feels kind of difficult. Like, what base is Reynor going to steal that Maru's not going to be able to mine from? Like, what does Reynor take that basically means he will eventually guaranteed mine more than Maru in this game? I'm not sure if he necessarily will be able to find that. I'm just going to shoot a few. Lings get chased away. Command center morphing into a planetary fortress. A couple of widow mines trying to set up for a few moments as well. Also trying to come through. Get settled in. We are going to see the units push back the other direction. And Hydroling Bane still taking some damage. A few more shots coming through. Marine Marauder tank all coming about. The SCVs in the mine coming about here. Ghosts moving to the bottom left-hand side. Medivacs gathering. Bio units coming through. Bane Hydra joining up right now. Just going to be seeing the SCVs and the tank still building by. All of that coming up. We just see the Lings taking a run at the siege tank here. Going to get the wraparound. Going to be good to play a bit of cleanup. Send Serral full. Again, just Reynor just going to chuck the cheap Lings at Maru to try and keep him a bit busy. Try and open up the doorway to attacks on this left-hand side and some of the better positions that you can maybe work your way into over here. Fungal Grove coming down. The Marines and the Ghosts are going to get caught. Lings and the Hydras continue through. Just going to see those Hydras making their way through that orbital command. That orbital command will fall. And the rest of the Lings will come about as well. Ling Hydra still coming up. A lot of Ling Hydra still coming up, in fact. Interested where we go from here. Scanning about, seeing what's going on. Again, a couple of shots going through. The tank hit is going to come by as well. Just 40 moment or so right now. Ghosts, Liberators, Siege Tank still building. The Infestor. I'm going to burrow in underneath. The Missile Turret just going to set up there. Lingbane Hydra continues to come through. Planetary will fight. Lingbane Hydra is just going to run through here. The Bio going to try and come back and hold its own. We lose the base. That might just be the plan from Reynor. Just keep on throwing yourself at these bases. But eventually, does Maru not get defensive enough on these bases that you just can't keep throwing yourself at them? I feel like that really becomes the issue in the later stage of this overall. 18 more SCVs. Maru, again, bank account is not something we're reliant on here. He's not really playing that kind of a game where we're looking at the bank and like I say, kind of living and dying by the bank. And Bane, Viper coming through, a couple of blinding clouds to start us off. During that, the Widow Mines taking their shots. The Bio Ghost going to gather in the bottom left. A bunch of SCVs already dropping down. Big damage being done to start us off there. As you see the couple of Bio units coming over, a couple of Lings will fall. Bio Ghost army, and again, regathering for a few moments here, and you look to set up and get back at it. Again, the Infestors and the Hydras build through. It's a lot of Lings on the way as well from Reynor at the moment. We had a Queen on also. Just going to see the Widow Mine still stepping up. So yeah, Ling, Hydra, Infestor, Queen. All building through. We're going to see the Siege Tank firing. The couple of Lings are going to get hit. The Widow Mine will fire, and just going to be seeing the Ghosts are going to be there. The Lings will come through, take the Siege Tank out. The Lings go back the other side. Going to jump onto a Widow Mine. Another scan coming through. We keep an eye on everything. The Ling Bane still producing up. Libs and tanks on the way in. SCVs will produce. This Liberator sieging on the right side. Left side, sorry. But the right side of where Maru wants to set up. Left side of the map is really important for him right now, because if you can take the left, you get access to 2 bases to mine from that. Going to be big in this late stage of the game. Reynor begins to prep himself for the even later stages right now with the Lurk Den, the Spire, and the Nidus Network coming up. So, giving himself some options here for these latter stages. Just going to see the Lings running through. The few mules are coming about. Siege Tanks and the Liberators. Planting Fortress coming about as well. The Lings will get after the tank. And we are just going to see a couple of those Lings continue to go down. The tank is going to actually get taken out. The Bio army is going to start fighting here. We will see the Bio going to try and fight again. Fungal from the bottom side. Invisible Infestor gets a good Fungal off, but the Banes somehow still don't manage to reach that Ghost army, so the Ghosts are going to live through. Can we at least deny the base? The CC doesn't even go down, so we're not even going to have to fly a new command center over. Doesn't feel fun, right? When the base just gets to live like that, just feels like you get away with one there as the Terran player has to re-land it. Not great for the Zerg. We're going to try Nidus into the main. So much action to the left. Maybe a Nidus right over in the far bottom right corner can be effective. One Marine, one Marauder going to see it, but do we actually have anything to truly stop this? I actually do not think we do. Is going to be kind of the reality of this. Just to start us off, we actually did. Just an extra Marauder showing up is actually going to make the difference. I find that bonkers. That's kind of crazy. In the end, there's a couple of libs. We'll siege up as well and get set here. Seismic Spine still building through. The extra Lings and the Extractor coming by as well, bringing that up. Continue to get that on the way. And let's just have... I really thought that Nidus had some opportunity, but we found an answer. Found what we needed to. Seismic Spines, the Lurkers will be here soon. Gonna power up shortly. So the Lurkers popping out, going to go run towards the main base. So we actually are going to get Nidus up in the main. Pretty big deal. It's always difficult to deal with these Lurkers once they're in your main mineral line, right? So they're going to tamp so much of your production, so new units can't really be used against them. You have to be completely reliant on whatever is popping out in the next few moments. So it does make this a lot more awkward, like I say. You can see the Lingbane Hydra coming through. As well in the production tab. I'd imagine Reynor will once again be looking to that bottom left side of the map while Maru has to make the great exodus from his main and just relocate everything is going to be his answer. He does not think that fighting in his main base is going to be something that can fix things for him. The Engineering Bay will go down. A few Ghosts are going to move through and get in position, try and join in. I mean, they are sniping down these Lurkers. They are seeing success, so we're actually killing a lot. Overseers included. Not a bad cleanup, honestly, for Maru. Bottom left is now going to be the attention point. Command Center, the Planetary, I should say, will absolutely go down, so that will be point one of this. 13 SCVs already went down as well. Just going to see the Bio trying to fight at the very end. We'll kill, obviously, a lot of the Zerg still. Maru's supply does drop, though. Still has an army supply lead. Reynor's out of gas, so he can make a ton of Lings right now, but not a lot of gas units, and that's going to be his new problem. If he doesn't have the gas necessary to kind of stay in this, that could be an issue, but I think he does. It's just he's spending a lot of it very quickly right now is all. Another few engines get absolutely blasted into smithereens. They do not go anywhere. They do not live through to tell another tale on this one, as the couple of Lings get blasted by a Widowmine shot as well. A few more hits coming through on that, on top of everything else as well. Alright, so big damage across the board. We got Maru now going to try and re-establish economy into the bottom left side. Some of the barracks that have been flown from the main base are going to relocate here to be wall-offs, so that's the kind of game we're playing at this point. We do have the Ghosts, the Medevacs, they're going to relocate about a bit as well. Marine Marauder tank continues through. And again, Lingbane Hydra is all on production tab at the moment. So you get ready to go again here from Reynor and try and capitalize on what has been some good momentum in his favor over the last few moments. Again, this setup now, Maru continue to play into this big defensive game. Hey, I said it at the start, if Maru is going to win against Reynor, I felt like it had to be in these big defensive kind of games. And so far, that's pretty much kind of what we're getting. You know, we're kind of getting toward that, actually happening at the moment. Feelings here going to get after the Ghost Academy as well, so going to be able to nibble through this one. Ghost Academy taking some big shots. Again, Marine Marauder, Tank Liberator, all producing through. Going to see the Ghost Academy falling. Yeah, okay, I mean, it's a factor maybe. Reynor actually kind of backs off a little bit, which is intriguing to see and kind of giving room to Maru for a little bit of time. Did not necessarily know if that was going to be something we'd really want to let happen, as Widow Mines will definitely help against these units, which just run headfirst into the wall off. Maru's losing more and more infrastructure over on the right side. Just in general, he on the right side, he is just continuing to run into issues. Infestor does get caught there. The Lingbane Hydra just retreats back around to the right side at the moment, just pulling back away from there for now. Trying to get out of reach, trying to get into a safer place, trying to recover at the moment. You can see the Lingbane Hydra moving through again. And then +1 fly attack coming up. The Bioforce cleans up the Nidus over there. Just going to see the Lingbane Hydra continuing to come through. And the Bio coming about. Just going to be seeing the Hydra Bane Ling continue to come through as well. Just going to see the Force continue to come over there. The Liberator will settle. Just going to be seeing the setup continuing for a couple of moments. Lingbane Hydra is coming straight across. The Bio setting up to play defense on this right side. Funny, because Maru doesn't have a lot on this right side. He's just looking to poke toward the opposing Zerg base that's in that direction. The Lingbane Hydra is absolutely smashing through this front line. Maru going to retreat because see those ghosts on the run as Reynor does jump on a little bit more of this. The resources still piling up for Reynor in his bank account. 2K currently available to him. At this point of time, Link Corruptor still producing through. +1 flyer attack upgrade going to be on the way. We had the Marine Marauder tank medevac in as well. Just bringing the rest of this up and around at the moment here. Hey, what's up, Danny the Veteran? How you doing, mate? Thank you for the 43-month resub. Appreciate it. And Maru really holding the bottom left side. I asked what would Reynor do to take the base, a base away from Maru in this game, and this is kind of it. He's taken the far left 9 o'clock and now the 3 o'clock. So by pushing Maru far left, he's kind of opened the door to him because he already mined out the left side base, more or less. But he's opened the door to actually being able to take the right side and Maru not being able to put enough pressure on to really deny it. Gives Reynor, like I say, a big swing in terms of resources available in the game. The 13k difference is kind of like a one base difference, so you're kind of making up for that. And of course, it's not just one more base for you as Reynor, that means also one less base for Maru. So in that regard, it goes the right way. We still once again have this Mega Terran army to deal with though, and it's going to be a big factor because this is still also just Lingbane Hydra. Maru is setting up once again a push toward this right side direction, playing into this location on Winter Madness. He obviously sees the importance in this base and the potential need to shut this down and deny that. Inferno Pre-Igniter coming up. Marine Marauder Viking Armory on the way in. The Broodlords are swinging down with the Broodlings at the moment, so they're going to go and get aggressive. Lingbane Hydra going to run straight through. Well, the Banes just going to run up here. The couple of tanks are going to get jumped on. The Banes are still going to jump through as well. Just going to see this Lingbane Hydra force continue to commit by. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of snipes coming down on the Broodlords as well. So a couple of those Broods going to get nabbed. And we're not going to turn ourselves another fungal growth. A couple more Broodlings coming in. Just dropping in off the Broodlords, keeping that pressure up and keeping this attack coming through. But the snipes coming in, the Broods are going down. The problem is if Reynor loses a lot of the techier units, he can't really fight with the low-tech units against what Maru will have left. So he ends up in a very awkward position here where you've got to kind of start doing something more with this army sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you really are going to end up in some trouble. And again, can't really love that for you in the long term right now. Just going to see these Hydras stepping through, the couple of Libs in the tank being picked away at. We're just going to see those Libs continuing to go down. These Hydras continue to get picked away at. Apparently, that's just going to mean that Maru has too much and Reynor cannot actually recover from this. And that's going to be GG's as Maru takes a 2-0 lead in this BO5. Wow. That was a much tougher game for Maru as well, and he just was able to get enough control over it that it did not matter in the end, the control that Reynor had. And that is going to get that done. Alrighty, guys, we are going to take a couple of moments and jump into this next one. Let's go into game 3 of this Maru Reynor series. Going to be on White Rabbit as we'll get this set to go. Go. Like I say, a couple moments and get this underway, guys. Thank you for your patience between games. Just got to run the ads, especially with some long games going on. As yeah, we'll go Reynor vs Maru game 3. Although I can probably just... Can we just start? Is that a bit cheeky? I'll give it another 30 seconds just to help people get out of the ads, just in case something exciting happens early. Just try and help us out with that where possible. Maru style hard counters, Reynor. It definitely plays against what Reynor likes to do for sure. Reynor is definitely not loving playing against the turtly tyranny kind of stuff, you know. Let's go White Rabbit, guys. I think by the time we're getting... Yeah, if something happens early here, I will... I wouldn't be too surprised, but I don't think it's super likely. What's up, Lopez Gaming? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you for priming us up. Thank you for supporting the stream. We appreciate you big time. Thank you so much for helping us out. Let's get into this next game, which is going to be a 2-0 lead right now for the Blue Terran in the upper right corner. This is Maru from Vitality, of course. He takes on Reynor from Basilisk in the bottom left-hand corner of the map as we get this one up and running. All right. Game 3 of this BO5. We get this underway. And we see if Reynor can recover. A couple of games that have just gone long. The last game was also a wild start because, again, that first run by of Reynor got so many SCVs, but then the Widow Mines came and they conquered. The Widow Mines were crazy, actually. Drill and Claw Mine drops just non-stop. That's the kind of thing Drill and Claw Mines can absolutely do. We've seen it before, but sometimes you don't really stop to appreciate just truly what they can do, you know? Sometimes you don't really appreciate just how insane those mines can actually be. So then seeing them just kind of hitting again and again and again and again is something that's like, oh, right, yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, oh no. They hit and they hit hard, you know, so... Yeah, alrighty, well... Game through this BO5 as we get into this one and see whether or not, I'll see just what is going to happen next few moments. Going to be seeing the couple queens, the hatchery, and the overlord continue to come through for a second or two. Reaper's going to throw a grenade down. Drone will get caught. Flings will try and step through. The Reaper steps back. Hatch drones the queens. Continue to build into play just for a couple of moments. Nothing really unsurprising here as the back and forth comes through. Command Center, Starport continue coming through. A couple SCVs and the Hellions still coming about. I'm going to take a second or two. Link speed, a couple of queens, the Hellions coming about initially. Gonna see the factory coming about, Banshee the Marine coming through the moment. Let's see the Hellions and the Reaper will come about, just going to be moving through. Eventually going to be about there, the cloaking coming over for now. Going to set up for a couple moments. Gonna see the couple Marines will go. Overlord will take some damage. Just gonna try and step through here. And there's a couple Hellions will come about. Just gonna see the Banshee and the cloaking coming through as well. Just gonna see Hellions and the Reaper will come through. I'm just gonna see the Raptors coming about as well. So we got that going. I see the Banshee going to fire a couple of drones go down. Just going to be seeing the third and fourth drone coming in. Just going to see the Hellions coming through. Just going to be seeing the Creep Tumor coming about. I'm just going to be seeing the little bits of damage coming through. Hyperfly Rose on the way. We're back to some mechy kind of stuff here this time around from Maru again. So just going to get that on the way. The Hellions, as you can see, coming through. Going to get rid of a couple of the Creep Tumors initially. Just going to break through a little bit of this to begin with. It's going to be that. Chase the Hellions out of there for a moment or so as well. It's just going to push that around for a few moments. Get that on the way. And see where things will resume to. Just going to be seeing the, Magfield Accelerator, Hyper Flight Rotors all continuing up. Those Hellions will continue by. And we've got ourselves the Lings and the Hatches coming up as well here for a couple of moments. So again, we get that on the go just for now. Continue to try and pull this back over. Obviously the extra hatchery from Reynor going up to a 5-base setup here if you can. Lots of drones. Going to be a big part of the idea from him at the moment as well. So just getting a lot of that set up. Couple of Marines still going in after this Overseer. Just trying to get some more grabs as the factories continue to produce through as well. So that's everything that's going on at the moment. As we just see the Overseer just about gets away. And we have that Magfield coming up for the Cyclones, as we're going to see a bit more activity maybe from some Cyclones this game. A bit more action on the map this time around. Just going to be seeing the Hellions will start to step through. And again, the Raven, the upgrades all continue to come about just for a little bit of time. And you can see the Banshee's going to jump straight onto a hatchery. The hatchery is going to be going down, so coming up to being picked off right here. Again, the Banshee will just fire. This hatch is going to go down. There's no answer to the Banshees yet, but the Hydra Den is on the way. That will eventually be our answer to these Banshees, having some Hydras available to chase them down and all of that lovely stuff. So that is very close to coming through. Again, one of my upgrades, the Roach Speed, coming up as well. Bring that over. You need to get that set in here. Banshees will just be there. The Zerglings will come through. Just going to be seeing the Command Center coming about as well. Hellions and the Reapers continue to come about. Just going to be able to go over to a couple of these Creep Tumors. Just going to handle that for, like I say, a moment or so and just see where we continue with as we have ourselves a little bit of movement. Just going to be seeing Hellions backing off. The Roaches coming back over as well. That's going to be seeing the Lings actually going to go for the wraparound here on these Hellions, so they're going to look to get the grab. And they are going to pretty successfully grab a whole bunch of stuff right now, so looking pretty reasonable there. The Banshees continue to put the work in. And you see this hatchery taking some more damage as well, so that hatch is about to fall. The Zerglings all coming together. And again, the Raven and everything else coming through too for the moment. Hellions just going to get pick away at a few of the Zerglings right now as well. Just going to keep the Hydras coming out. Musco Augment's going to be a part of that as well, so all of that coming through just for now. Again, Inferno Pre-Ignited, 2-2 upgrades. Those Banshees still on the move. Reynor setting up into the Vipers at the moment as well. Going to be a big part of what we set up for at the moment. Groove Spines also in production. Bring that up. Reynor's army, just Roach Hydra for the moment. Obviously has the Lings out. No Baneling Nest. I was thinking we're going to get some Banes going eventually. We might do eventually, but that moment is not now. It's currently just Vipers and the Overlord Speed. We're going to definitely try something a little different to what we've seen before. And the Banshee's going to fly through. This hatchery takes a whole bunch of shots. It goes down already, so that's a hatchery cancelled. Now another hatchery going to try and build into the middle of the map here, so I'm just going to bring that straight through. The SCVs are going to mine away. Spire and the Spines coming up as well. The Viper, the Overlord Speed coming up. Groove Spines and the +2 missiles coming online as well. and continue to get that on the go. Alliance will make their move down to the bottom side. He's going to try and fire their way through. Obviously, they have the blue flame, but there's just too many Hydras and Lings for them to really consider making much use of it. Maybe now they could stop and get a few Lings. You see just the tanks there as he just realizes maybe running straight into those will cause some friendly fire, and so good positioning or repositioning from Maru. Just recognizing the chance to actually pull back and negate some potential damage, and it costs him absolutely nothing to do. Some people would just probably say, whatever, let's see how it goes, but yeah, I like this one a bit more. Well, still going to have ourselves the continuation here. 1-1 upgrades done on the mech army. We're going to actually get some armor upgrades for the ghosts right now that he's adding in. So once again, make use of the engineering base to upgrade the infantry as the game develops. Banshees coming through, just going to swing their way through this hatchery as well. This bottom side base beginning to go down. Just going to get that very close to dropping. And as you see, the rest of the Banshees pulling back around over on the right-hand side. So the Banshees coming back over there. The Hydra's going to intercept a couple of abducts from the Vipers. We get rid of a couple of those units as well. It's just going to make a little bit more cleanup taking place. And on we continue. Going to continue to move around for a couple seconds, so a bit of motion. Great Aspire coming up as well. We continue to come through with that right now. Continue to bring that online just currently. Yeah, +3 vehicle weapons, +2 armor, +1 attack coming in. The Ghost, the tank, and the Hellbats coming up as well. Ling Hydra Roach still building. A couple of changes dropping into place. Yeah, the Double Nidus network continues to build through. This army still building up down at the bottom. A few Zerglings are going to run into this. Roach Hydra going to try and get going as well. A couple of the Banshees getting grabbed. The medevac goes down. The tank goes down. Able to make a lot of cleanup happen here so far. It's just going to be seen still the Vipers continue to take a step across. Hydra Roach gathering as well. Tank will step forward for a few moments. It's going to be seen the tank is going to get grabbed already as EMPs come down, but not before a couple of abducts already came in. So able to shut down a little bit of that, but not all of it. We need to keep this pressure up at the moment or two. So you see the rest of the Hydra still coming about, and we are going to see Maru continue to step into the middle of the map. Let's see what the Nidus response looks like from Maru. You don't respond to that effectively, and this absolutely can become a problem. So that's one thing we can maybe look toward a little bit here. The Spine Crawler still putting some work in. The Queen's going to try and turn and fight. Ling's going to start leaking into this mineral line, and a few SCVs begin to go down. So a few SCVs beginning to drop. The Queen's going to get jumped on. You're just going to see the snipes coming straight through. The Queen's going to get grabbed at the moment. Ling Hydra Viper trying to get around the other direction. Still upgrades just coming through and through. Mostly for the Ghost, but still the vehicle weapon and plating upgrades coming up as well. Maru continuing to apply pressure to this forward base at the moment and just keep on chipping through this at this point in time. Hellbats and Ghosts still gathered together. Just going to be seeing a few more units stepping up. Melee upgrade, Seismic Spines all building forward. The Hydras are coming out. +3 missile upgrade going to be a part of that too. So yeah, we get a lot of these upgrades coming about as we see the couple of tanks that goes. The Hellbats continue to get to work there. Putting a little bit more work and value into play just for a few moments. Tank's going to fire onto the Queen. Queen going to take a few more shots, and eventually Queen will go down. Bam! And Queen is gone. So yeah, Queen finally does drop down dead. +3 missiles, +3 carapace, and the melee upgrade also in production at the moment here, so we continue to bring that through. Baneling that's coming about. The Lurk is still gathering, a little transfusion coming down on the Nidus as well. We do have the Hellbat Ghost and the tank continue to gather together. Another scan coming about. These tanks are going to settle into the front here. We're going to take a turn. Just going to see the Hydras going to get turned away. The Ghost aiming to snipe onto this as well. He's going to be seeing the Blinding Cloud coming down. A lot of these tanks going to get caught immediately. Hellbats and the Ghost continue to push through. Just going to see the rest of this army still trying to step on forward at the moment. Just going to see the Ghost and the Hellbats still pushing up. The Hatchery going to be something we can jump onto. The Lings backing away from this, and we're now going to see this bottom right base going down. A few of the drones there are going to try and escape, but going to mostly get chased. A lot of them going down just to tank fire in. So Reynor is setting up Niduses around the locations. There's a Hatchery in the far right side of the map as well. I'm not sure if that's really going to last. As 13 drones go down, so not a bad push from Maru, getting a good amount out of that. Getting a good amount of value returned to him as the Lurk is still in that Nidus network and be popping out shortly. Cancel on this Hatchery. Just going to be seeing the tanks coming about here. Just going to be seeing the tanks and the Hellbats move over to the side. Just going to be seeing the tank in the main base going to siege. A couple of Ghost Bill over the side as well, just for the seconds. Just going to pull that back. I'll snipe on the Overseer for a moment or two and get that on the way. Scanning about, seeing a couple of changes. Going to get jumped on pretty much immediately as well. Command Center still coming into position for the moment. The Lings run over, the CC lifts off, backing away from there, recognizing it's not going to be a happy ending if we stick around for it. So, backing out of there ASAP. A couple of tanks will continue work onto the Nidus for the moment. Big push from Reynor, so he's going to lose a base on the left side, but he's going to get through here. See how much he can find. Like I said, that base on the left side will just be gone. Some snipes already coming through. Even hitting the Overseers is important. Overseers are not cheap. If you want all those Overseers, you generally will have to spend some decent money to replace them, so it's kind of a factor as well as the Hellbats and the tanks move back around. The tanks and sieging. Nidus into the top of the map. I'm going to put that straight down into place. Double Nidus on the way up currently. As pops in, and again, we will see Ghost. Tank and Hellbat just going to press through. The Nidus network will continue to step forward. I'm just going to see the CC floating about and seeing where it can maybe get to. The Lings gather together. Hydra Bane still producing through. The Burrow upgrade is now on the way from Reynor as well. The Lings will run straight through at the mineral line. SCV's tank's going to get jumped on pretty quickly. The Hellbat's going to get to work. Well, SCV is going down. +2/+3 all coming about. Ship weapons coming over as well. I was just going to see those tanks continue to fire. Hellbat's going to get a catch in the corner. The Lings will drop. And that is going to be a catch at the end of the day, so a bit more being done right there. Still got the upgrades continue to come in. And yeah, the ship weapon upgrade going to be very much so a part of that as well. Plus the armor upgrade coming by, Neo Steel plating coming up as well. I mean, as much as we can get going for ourselves right now as Maru, just those final upgrades really. There's not going to be many upgrades necessary to be added on after that, so it should be towards the tail end of the upgrade phase of this game as we just see Hydras and so continue to come through. Blind Cloud going to connect onto a bunch of those tanks. We are pushing up, and once again, this bottom side attack is shoving forward, and it's not looking super pretty on the side of Reynor. If you have to deal with this mech army that's basically on top of your base. Tank line's pretty deep, but Ghost getting a lot of snipes off. The Hydras are just not able to stand up to themselves right now either. This feels like it's going very badly wrong very quickly, to be honest, as you can see a few more snipes lining up, a few more Hydras going to take some shots. Tanks are still firing away, still trying to get some more damage dealt. Hydras will finally break through this, but even then it's not really breaking through. We just push it back a bit. We can't break the tanks. A few Ghosts survive as well. Knives on the other side going to be where the lurkers get to. Yeah, a couple of snipes on those, but they just instantly retreat, deciding there's enough Ghosts to deal with this, so Reynor will not truly find the damage from popping out of that Nidus, unfortunately. When was this played? Yeah, this was played 2 weekends ago, so about straight up 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's when it was. It was the 15th of February, and today's the 28th, so yeah, 2 weeks ago tomorrow. Ghost Hellbat tank moving through. Just going to see the few Lings going to take a run at that army. Just going to see the tank's going to try and get siege for a couple of seconds as well. So just going to try and settle here. Take a couple of moments and see where we take things. Again, Ling Hydra all producing through at the moment. It's going to have the Medevac, Hellbat, tank, and Ghost producing. Maru is just constantly pushing this bottom side base. It's going to go down in a moment. Obviously, Reynor doesn't want to give it up, otherwise he wouldn't have fought over it so long, but now he doesn't really have a choice. It's so low, it's almost destined to go down at this point. It's not worth fighting over it. Better to kind of try and take fights elsewhere where Maru is not as well set to try and trade. So, unfortunately, he has to give a base up. That goes give Maru a little bit more freedom. Happy to have knocked down some of the economy of the Zerg at this point in time. Now that's the Ghost pushing through. Tank will siege, just going to be seeing the Ghost and tanks. The Hellbats going after this hatchery. Nidus Network is going to finish, and just going to be seeing the tank still firing away. Picking that off, taking that down. Ghost coming through. Again, the plus 2 melee upgrade coming about. Ling's hatchery continue to come around just for the moment. Ling's coming through. It's going to be some Siege Tank pulling back. Ghost, the Hellbat's going to go in after the hatchery as well. Ling's still running through. Missile turret and the Sense Tower continue to drop down. A lot of units moving about as well. Drones into the top left corner. Some of the Lings are going to continue to move through. Another Nidus Network coming into place right now as well. Reynor trying to find any way he can to find counterattacks here. Just going to run at this right side. Maru's army in the center is going to come chasing across. I believe that's a group of Lings. Okay, just Lings there. For a moment, I thought it might have been some of the lurkers getting caught. But yeah, we're going to run to the right side. Maru will begin to run through the middle of the map to try and chase this down and catch this army. See how successful we may be as the Hydra Viper gets a running. Ghost Tank keeps moving through. The Medivacs overhead. Going to knock a bunch of the changelings down as we go, just for the moment. Again, extra tanks going through, plus 3 attack upgrade building. Infesta Ling still producing from Reynor as we're back to denying this base. Maru is just absolutely determined this base will never come online. Again, he's doing a great job at denying Reynor's bases, and you can see in the bank accounts this game just how differently it's gone. Like in the last game, Reynor actually did a great job denying Maru's bases. In this game, Maru has denied Reynor's base, and you can see the mineral count is just not there in the bank. Resource has lost his 12k different already as well. Remember, it took the majority of the game to get that far last time around too. So now he's just having a way better time. Reynor is not going to do well in this fight at all. He gets absolutely dismantled. There's just going to be GG apparently. We're not even going to get any further than that. And Maru is going to take a 3-0 to advance on through into the finals, which means it's a Maru Serral final and a Reynor versus Rogue third place match. I think what we're going to do, guys, is we're probably just going to skip, unfortunately, we're probably just going to skip the third place match because I actually didn't quite expect this to be as long as it was. I think we're going to skip the third place match just because, A, it's a CVC. I am still interested in seeing what happens in it. Honestly, I just don't think I have time to do a third place match and a best of 7 final, which is going to be TVZ. So I think what we'll do is we'll do the TVZ best of 7. And then, like I said, I do have some sponsored content to get through today, so I think that's going to be the approach. What's up, Kaio Kangam? Thanks so much for the 3-year resub. Appreciate you. Much appreciated, in fact. Thank you very much indeed, yo. So yeah, we're going to head into this and get rolling. I think that is going to be our plan, guys. I think that makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. Cool. If you guys are enjoying the stream, do not forget, of course, you can check out our sponsor for the day. It's going to be Foundation Galactic Frontier. You can exclamation mark Galactic in the Twitch chat to get the link through to download. Any install directly supports the stream. And of course, if you're really enjoying and you want to support us, literally, if you just play for a few, 20, 30 minutes, get to level 4, get to level 8, you level up in the game, you basically get to support the stream for free. We get paid each time someone hits those targets. So if you want to help us out with that, consider installing the game with the exclamation mark Galactic. I'll even put it in the chat. I feel so off because WardiBot's not working, by the way. It's not really related, but I just think of commands and like, no, WardiBot's not here. I feel so exposed. Does that make sense? I feel so exposed because WardiBot's currently non-existent. Pain. Pain and suffering, I tell you. So yeah. Anyways, let's jump into what will be Maru versus Serral. I will say, guys, there might be... I'm a little bit concerned that Maru Serral also potentially has long games, and we've already had some long games, and we're not doing good on banking ad time right now, so if there's ads during the game, I apologize in advance. I might not be able to do anything about it. I noticing what I'm missing? Yeah, I'm missing WardiBot, man. WardiBot not here to help me out. Yeah. Alright, guys, more games. So there's going to be a best of 7 grand final of the LIULI Cup Grand Finals. It is going to be the Red Terran. In the top right corner of the map, we've got Maru. And he is taking on the bottom left, Blue Zerg Serral, as we kick off into game 1 of this BO7 Grand Finals. Like I say, we're going to skip over the third place match just to make sure I've got time to cover finals and into the skip over the finals and into the sponsored content that I have to do today. Like I say, my schedule kind of got changed a bit because I picked up another sponsorship that has to start on Monday, which means I have to wrap this one up this weekend. So, yeah, things became a little bit more kind of scheduled or timed out than they were originally going to be on the day. So, apologies and a little bit for that, but overall, just thanks for watching and enjoy as we sit away and we kick this off. Thanks for joining us, like I say, for some replays. Again, covering this event, I know there's great players and everything, right? So it makes sense that there's great viewership, but it is still amazing to see such great viewership for what is essentially just a collection of replays. I really appreciate you guys helping us out and supporting and watching. It's nice to know that if I miss a tournament, I can still, benefit from covering it, later on, because it's not very often we miss tournaments. But I do try nowadays to have a little bit of a better work-life balance, and sometimes I actually do and go and do things in the world. And take some time for myself outside of StarCraft. I know, blasphemy, but yeah, nice to know that if we do miss things, we can come back and still have some fun streams of it and still catch up together and enjoy the games. So, appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys. Alright, so we just saw Maru kind of didn't really... Dismantling Reynor feels like a bit of a harsh term. Yeah, dismantling feels like a bit of a harsh term. But at the same time, not really dismount. He really played well against. He had a solid game plan. Now, of course, typically Maru I think does have a better running record against Reynor than he does Serral. In fact, against Serral, Maru does not have a good running record really at all. Serral's game plan and game style really kind of matches up well against what Maru likes to do. Serral much more approves of playing against the games like what we just saw Maru playing against Reynor. And so I think there's going to be much tougher for Maru in that regard. And in general, Serral has been Maru's kryptonite. How often has Maru gotten to play Serral and it just doesn't feel like there's much opportunity there at all? Serral is just a little bit too good. That really has been the storyline over time. So we'll see if that's going to remain true in today's Grand Final Best of 7. It was a clean sweep. It was. I mean, it was. Maybe it was a dismantling. And just the playstyle, getting the job done. I mean, it's a solid effort from Maru. You can't take that away at all. Not trying to either, just I don't think of a fair way to describe it. I think Reynor played well, just never really... I think Reynor played well, but never came up with the answers he needed in the end, right? Which is so frustrating from the Zerg point of view as well. Just couldn't quite get enough done over the course of it all. And you're just going to see Roach Roar and Lair coming up. So Serral not playing the Roaches early off the 2 bases. So actually kind of an intriguing starting point from our Basilisk Zerg. Getting the Lair and Roach roaring up super early here. Drone hatchery coming through the command center, the barracks, and the stim pack continue to build in as well. So we get that on the way up right now. Bringing that over. A couple of Hellions will come through as well. As you can see, a couple of Queens will come about. The Hellions will be there to try and just get in, do some damage. Stim on the way from Maru to start things off, and on his way to a starport as well. So 2-1-1 kind of build order. No triple CC yet. I mean, the 2-1-1 against the fact that his opponent is kind of building into a... I guess the issue is the fact you're 2-1-1 into Roaches is kind of interesting and not... So you're not going triple CC, that's good. But you're also not going to have, like, tanks super quickly. But you're also going to have Stim Marines pretty quickly. So I think generally the 2-1-1 is fine here. Depends how heavily Serral hits him with Roaches. But he's building an Evo Chamber. It looks to be set up for the future. In which case, I actually think I kind of like this from Maru, because it feels like he's just going to get away with doing as he is doing right now. It doesn't feel like he's going to really end up in too much trouble there. And that then feels like you end up in a pretty fair position to start things off. Roach Speed and Carapace upgrade both building through to begin with. For the moment, he does have 3 CC. Yep, I'm just completely blind. What a... I don't know what I thought this was in the natural. But it is 3cc. I really don't know, because the timing's not even for a 3cc. The timing's not even for a 2cc 2-1-1 either. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes, guys, you're just blind. Sometimes the casting just gets ahead of you. So it is 3cc. Let's reevaluate what we're saying. Do we still like that from Maru? I actually almost feel like maybe we like it more. You know, when you stop to think about it, because, okay, hear me out. I'm going to double down by going against what I just said with my new information. Because he's on triple CC, And he's also going to have a good amount of Marines early. I don't know if Serral's going to be able to do enough. 51 drones from him. He is building roaches to come across the map. But I just don't really see Maru being in danger here. And if Maru's not in danger, and he's just going to get away with kind of playing this triple CC with the Marines, then Serral's kind of 2-base roach commitment to begin this off instead of playing more eco-focus is going to just not pay out for him, right? Whereas if it was a 2-1-1 without a third CC, you maybe feel a bit more kind of need to do something yourself. You probably still are a bit better off in terms of playing defense, but in this case, I mean, obviously it comes down to, do you have the defense while also kind of, you know, do you have the defense with the third CC or not? Just, do we defend this? And we're about to find that out sometime soon. As the Roach Ravager is looking for Serral to maybe make a bit of a move forward. Man, this is very well set up. Okay, we can't get the third in position, but there's a bunker, there's 2 siege tanks here. This is going to go absolutely nowhere right now for Maru, or for Serral. And Serral is just going to begin backing away as Maru faked a drop across the map. And Serral backs it up. We'll turn around to go in after a couple of Hellions just initially. And we're going to go and lift up one of those Hellions and try and escape out of there for a couple of moments. So, not a lot going to happen for a few seconds here. We do have the 1 upgrades and the combat shield all building into place. I'm just going to be having the Medivacs and Marines continue to produce through for now. Again, the link speed coming up, plus 2 carapace on the way. Infestation pit building as well. As, yeah, that'll complete. And now we have a full swing into kind of just melee upgrade and Ling Bane. So we're going to start moving into kind of Ling Bane kind of setup right now. It's going to be interesting to kind of follow to see where exactly that ends up for us. As the Roach Ravager continues to maneuver around for a few more moments. Just him in, cancel the 4th base, not a bad start. Finally able to get onto the map with these Medivacs and be able to finally get some damage done. Cancel up the 4th base, so finally Maru with some activity of his own. He's also playing the creep clearing on the other side. Nice from Serral to actually set up some of the creep spread with the overlords and spread it with some of the queens that he brought. Just means that the map is already being threatened to be completely covered in creeps, so it is very good for Maru to be dropping these scans. Clearing this out quickly, he's actually going to deny most of the creep tumors. There's 1 active tumor that remains. So that's pretty good progress. Serral will step back forward to try and defend some of this creep spread. He really would like it to kind of stay active. The more creep there is, the better it's going to be for you as a Zerg. The scarier it is to play out of that kind of a position as a Terran. As Serral is going to be still very roach-focused. I think he's on the right track to kind of putting himself in a better position here and kind of getting in the right direction, but I guess we'll see how this exactly plays. We do have the +1 melee, +2 carapace all coming up, the Queen, the Lings, and the Hive coming online as well. Bringing that into play at the moment. So all of that coming online for now. And then Adrenal Glands, +2 carapace, and the melee upgrade building. As that creep gets cleaned out by those Marines, the Marines are going to get rid of this already. 2 upgrades and the vehicle weapon upgrade coming about. Drone Claw still building. Medivacs here are going to find a Queen in the middle of the map. We'll just take that. This Queen is actually being spreading creep with this Overlord, so again, looking to basically capitalize. I love this scan, by the way. Just places it to just catch that creep spread and then just try and get extras without having to drop too many scans. That's going to be all of those active tumors now cleaned up, and again, can't really credit Serral enough for kind of actually setting that up in the first place and being annoying, but also Maru for kind of just dealing with it very well before it gets completely out of hand, just being extremely active about making sure this is not going to overwhelm him. Both players playing very solid at the start of this. What's up, Polo7? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I super appreciate it. Thank you for priming up the channel. We appreciate you. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for making today's stream a little bit brighter. Thank you for priming us up. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a couple Medivacs going to gather up. The Marines going to join in there as well. Ultra's Cavern is on the way. Serral's going to get the Drop Lord start. I feel like Serral more and more often nowadays is coming back to these Drop Lords and like looking toward the kind of Drop Lord, big Drop Lord plays into main base and sort of try and hit one way and then try and attack in at the same time in another direction too. I feel like it's becoming such a regular core part of his gameplay as of late. As the Ling Roach Ravager steps through there, a couple of Medivacs going to have to boost backwards. The Widowmine and Charlotte 2 coming off toward a few Lings as well. You can see the tank shots able to hold off and deflection made for the moment. You know, what's up, Valkasha 76? Thank you so much also for the 4-month resub on the Prime. The day is always better when you drop that Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for 4 months of support, helping to keep the StarCraft 2 churning out. Appreciate you. Alrighty, a couple ultras coming in as we mentioned. The Bane speed is coming up. The Spire is on the way in, Kindness Plate, and the +2 melee upgrade all producing as we speak. So again, we see a lot of what's going on already, a lot of where this is going. And the Ghost still building as well, just for a moment or so. Let's get that started here, get that underway. A couple of shots are going to come down already as well, so a few hits coming straight through just for a moment or so. Get that started. And yeah, there's Medevac going to keep boosting over. Bio Army going to be there to try and help us with that concept as well. So we keep moving over, keep moving through. Big Drop Lord's going to step over as well. A couple of units will unload from this and get ready to try and deal with that position. I see a couple of libs going to realize immediately, I think, that they just don't want to be there. Nice fungal on the bio on the top side, though. Going to refungal that army and give the Ultras a better chance to kind of stay in range as Serral does commit to this forward fight. So Serral decides just to send this here. The couple of Liberators trying to hold their own up in the skies, but the Planetary lives. And it does not feel good for a Zerg to attack into a position, clearly wanting to get the base kill out of it and to leave without it. Because it means that you lost a bunch of units and you don't get the base. And you got some bio units, but I wouldn't say that was a great trade for Serral. I don't think that's what he's looking for at all. Interesting, the army graph here. You can see it dips down for Serral, but he rebuilds so quickly it's not truly represented in the army graph, I don't think. Because what he does lose, the instant rebuild was coming. And that maybe is the factor as well. Serral ready to rebuild and just go again. Both players sitting on the 80 work account right now here on Tourmaline and looking pretty cozy with that work account. So it's a big economy game. It's a big macro game at the moment. That's the direction this is heading in. Ling, Roach, Ravager, Ultra gathering up once again. A bit of the bio continuing through as well. A couple of Vikings are going to fly up through the skies. It's going to see the bio pulling back into the middle of the map as well. Lingbane, Roach settling at the moment. Drop Lords are also on the move. It's going to see the bio gathering about. The Widowmine's going to be there. Hellbat settling as well. Medevac's continue to go around the upper left-hand side. 3-3 upgrades coming through. The cloaking on the way out. Vehicle plating is on the way up as well. Bio continues to settle in. See where we can get to. Again, those overseers going to be kept an eye on for a few moments. Bio takes a chance. Hits the hatchery. Probably going to successfully knock that down. About to make a guess. Cross the pilot 2, going to go after those medevacs as well. Going to try and land. Nothing too major just yet. Another Widowmine shot going to land in and find a little bit of damage for the moment. And on we go. As yo, what's up, booyah for all. Thank you so much for the 37-month resub. Please translate these $dollars into pets for Ellie. Absolutely. Ellie's had a great weekend. She's been on holiday, so she's buzzing. She's met so many people and had so many loves and strokes. Yeah, she's been living her best life. Serral killing his own roaches just at the point in the game where he'd rather free up the supply for something better, it would seem. And there's a couple of roaches still in the main army as well. I imagine over time he's going to look to continue kind of clearing those out as well. Similar idea. If you're killing roaches right now, you're probably going to want to keep on killing roaches. That's clearly just something he doesn't want to have in the composition anymore. So something we can try and move through with in that regard. There's the Roach Ravager. Roach Ultrabane Ling. Moves over. A couple Widowmines going to start up. The bio pulling back. A couple tank shots already coming in. Bio continues to retreat away here. Those Banes looking to try and get some connections off. Again, stepping back, giving it a bit of space. Maru on his way to a nuke, by the way. So Maru looking to get the nukes going here in this opening game against Serral as well. The Ghost still building through. The Infesta and the few Banes coming about. The Ling's coming over as well. Bio and the Ghost continue to come over. The Bio going to get back up toward the top side of the map here. We drop a couple of units in as well, a couple of extra structures just for a moment or so, and continue to get that settled. Just going to be seeing the army continue to come out, so we again take some time to establish all of this at the moment, and we just have ourselves a couple of changelings going to step through at the moment and knock the ghosts, knock the changelings down. The Ghost stepping through there, just going to get a grab. Just going to be seeing the Overseer still flying through the top side. A scan will come into place. We do have our +2 missiles and the +1 flyer carapace coming up as well, so we continue to get that going at the moment. Flip's coming over, the Ghost's going to go get after the Nidus. The few other Ghosts going to come in after the Nidus as well. Nidus taking some damage. Just going to come around for that as well. Just going to be seeing the Planetary building up there. A couple of spores and drones still coming through. +2 missiles, flyer carapace. All coming through, the armory and the +2 vehicle plating coming about. Also, for now, a lot of that setting up and continuing as we just have both corner bases taken by Serral. See, this feels a lot more like kind of where you want it to be in those Reynor games, right? Where the map is kind of getting controlled by the Zerg. He's got all the, he's got both corner bases. He's easily taken a game away from the base away from the Terran. The Terran has not been able to do much about your own bases. It's really been you dictating the pace of play. I've already seen some differences here kind of from that series and the last series we watched to this one now, where Serral is able to... So far, I love the setup. I'm not saying that it's kind of a done deal or anything. I think Maru can play off of what is currently a 6-base setup and still do very well. They're still very early in this game because there's not been a lot of trades yet, right? There's a lot of resources left on the map, and there's massive bank accounts because they have been pretty kind of anti-trade. It's like, what, 9k to 5k, was it? 10k to 5.5k? There's not a lot of trade when you consider that this game may end up with 50,000 plus resources lost on both sides. So yeah, when you consider it like that, there's something worth kind of keeping in mind there in terms of how this all might end up going. This nuke will not land for anything too major. Pops a couple of lava, but yeah, first nuke of the game is not super impactful. See a few Ling's going to gather up with the Ultra. The Queen is going to be there. Medevac goes the other direction. As against the Overseer still nearby. Keeping an eye on things. Another refinery looking to come through as well. Trying to get in position for the moment to try get extra work done. Nice in the main. Just going to get caught. Spire on the +2 flyer attack upgrade. A building as well. Again, a lot of that coming online. The Overseer still flying up top. Wants to try and get involved as well. It's just going to try and put itself in some kind of useful position. A few Marines get in after the Nidus network as well. To just try and find as much as we possibly can. The cancels coming through. I'm just going to see the scan coming up once again. And again, Spire +3 missiles, +2 flyer attack. All of that continues into place currently. So again, extra bits and pieces just coming through for the moment as you have the libs sieging themselves up and pushing themselves forward. You've got some changelings also going to take them chance just to move through. Maru not seen it yet. We'll scan the top left. We'll play clean up here. Serral's preparation into the Great Aspire, one of those things where eventually you might just need it. You're also likely in this game if there's a lot of Liberators out. Right now there's not, but if there ever is a lot of Libs, you might want to build some Corruptors, and then you don't want to have Corruptors that are just useless afterwards. So having the Great Aspire is an option. There's so many circumstances where it can come around and become valuable. Typically, you make one round of Broodlords in a game like this, and then you're done. I mean, usually it's kind of either one big Broodlord switch in a fight, then you switch into something else after you trade. Or you go Broodlords and you essentially try and play Broodlords through to the end of the game. Depends a little bit on the map layout, the bases you hold at the time. There's a lot of kind of choices to make along the way essentially right now, and that's what we're going to start trying to do. That nuke going to land for a couple creep tumors, and that's about it. Lingbane Ultra still trying to step through. The Ghost is still throwing some snipes down as well. Ghost still trying to hit this hatchery. A few Zerglings running through. The Bane's also trying to roll up here. The Ultras will also get some damage done as they run forward once again, looking for extra opportunity. Great Spire about to complete, but Ling's still producing. Lingbane Ultra going to take a dive at the Planetary Fortress. Liberator pulls back. The Ultra's going to be good to jump onto that Planetary. It's going to be dropping, and the next one might drop as well. So some serious progress from Serral in the top left of the map, cleaving through some of the bases of Maru that you'd typically expect Maru to generally want to be holding on to. So it's going to be a pretty big factor, as we are going to see. Yeah, there are the Corruptors coming through, and like I said, I don't think that's necessarily just for the Libs. I actually do think he's thinking of the switch towards some Broods here. He's got a ton of money, by the way, Serral, 15k, 5k, but that's a 10k mineral to gas difference. He is absolutely going to want to spend money on a bunch more Lings/Queens, like mineral-only units, and trying to get more value out of them. The thing is you generally want to do that now, because the sooner you do that, the more chance they are going to be genuinely effective, right? If you wait till the end game, it's like, well, I've got 10,000 minerals left, let's just spam Lings, and you spam Lings, they're probably going to run to their death and die, you know, and get cleaned up, and they just don't trade well enough. But if you can add in like 20 or 30 Lings here and then, run them around, hit a base, trade out some SCVs, you can genuinely do something to the town without being fully reliant on these mineral-only units. Queens, obviously great supporting cast as well, depending on exactly how your composition starts to kind of form itself in the near future too, I think, is perhaps a good way to look at this as well. So, yeah, it's still quite a low opportunity here as we do, once again, put some pressure on this base top side. These locations of Maru have been having a rough time lately. Serral's been making a really good go of ensuring that they just do not come up and they do not get a proper chance to mine so far. So, great job on that. So the +3 vehicle weapons coming in. The ship weapons part of this, and Film Pre-Igniter also on the list of things that are cool to see at the moment. Have an orbital command in for good measure. And yeah, those SCVs just going to go pulling back down to another base. So able to get that bottom right. Obviously, there was a point in this game where Serral held both corner bases. So he mined some of that. Maru was able to fight back. He was able to resist. He was able to take some damage back himself, denying that bottom right base and starting to mine it out for himself. So you'll take that option away from Serral. 5k resource loss difference still. Serral's still been trading fine. As we are going to see him trying to hold out. We are entering kind of maybe the most dangerous stage of this game for the Zerg player, where the Terran army starts to really get big. Every fight feels like it's on a knife's edge because you've got to really take it well. You're always going to be fighting into something of a well set up, well-established Terran, and a very expensive Terran army too, which has so much potential. This is the right idea. You get some Banes after the Ghosts, you make them run, and you just don't let them stop running. You make those Ghosts run for their life the rest of this game, basically, and try and make sure that they do just not snipe you down as they go. So that's going to be your #1 priority. Stop the Ghosts from doing their thing. If you can do that, that would be a big deal. That would be a big, big deal in your favor. So we'll see if that's something we can continue with or not. Marine Marauder Lib all coming through. That tank on the way up, +3 vehicle weapons. Part of this as well at the moment is just have the Nidus going to pop up in the main base. So I'll successfully get one of these up. Always going to be a frustration to deal with, having to stop and handle that. Never going to be a fun little stopping point, but something we just, like I say, have to deal with at times, and this is going to be one of those times. +3 vehicle weapons still. The Marine Marauder Lib all continuing through. The tanks will step through the top side of the map, continue to scan about to see what else is going on. A couple of corrosive bowels coming down, some hits coming through. We do get a snipe off with the Ghosts. Serral now has almost 20,000 minerals. It's about to take over to 20k right here. 20,000 minerals available in the bank. Just because I'm pretty sure the main reason of this is just being it's been a low trade game. So despite the kind of game it's been, only 260 lings have died. It's really not many, and that's where a lot of your mineral bank would go. And also, there's not been a lot of hatchery rebuilding. There's not been a lot of spore crawler or spine crawlering, right? You could maybe argue that Serral could start up a wall of static defense now and try and help aid him in some of these engagements. Because at this point, I don't think we ever really use 20,000 minerals effectively. Unless he truly gets the time to mine out a bunch of gas. They trade corner bases, by the way. Top left of Serral goes down. Maybe Maru moves over there. Maybe he doesn't. Serral does move to the bottom right base. He just denied. So as one corner base falls, Serral looks to replenish with another. At this current point in time, that seems to be his go-to plan at the moment. We'll see if it works favorably for him. Obviously, yeah, taking a corner base that your opponent just lost is a good idea. See this forward base going down. Every time you see a base die for Serral, just think that that is gas, which is no longer mining for him. And the more gas he mines, the scarier his army can genuinely become. Like I say, right now he's kind of rebuilding with the idea of like, oh crap, I've got a ton of minerals and not a lot of gas. But if you do get access to a whole bunch of gas, the more gas you have access to, the more kind of varied this army can be into the final stages of the game, and the more effectively Serral can likely trade out toward the bitter end. As hatchery in the center dies again, Maru continues to press on forward. We're going to keep on pushing through for now. Two drones splitting apart, spreading away. So we'll be seeing a few drones evacuate. I don't know what the drones popped out in the main base for, but they're going to evacuate. I don't know if he's just trying to give them up and then not killing them, so he's going to pull them back. We are going to see this army diving in towards this middle position. Nice fungal on the medevac. It's going to give the Corruptors a cleanup. So all the medevacs go down. It's going to make the starports be busy. Yeah, I like that a lot. Maru actually losing a good chunk of supply there. I think Serral will be happy with that one. 114 lings on the way again. We mentioned consistently the spending of these minerals, and Serral's doing a decent job of it. From 20k 6k, it's now 16k 6k, so he is trending in the right direction in terms of spending, you know, the minerals and kind of, you know, making use or waiting on the gas. Flying again, Corruptor's going to get after these Liberators. They are going down, the Ling Ultra going through. Corruptor's able to get after this Liberator as well. The Bio Ghost Force coming back around the left-hand side. Ling Bane Ultra all coming up. Corruptor's on the way through. Infesta in production. We noticing he likes to have some drones in his Nidus. That's so interesting. I wonder what the purpose of the drones in the Nidus is. If that's genuinely something he's doing repeatedly. I thought he was just trying to get rid of them. I thought he was just going to try and pop them out and hope they die, and then... But then he pulled them back when they could have probably died, right? So... Like, we're going to try and build structures. I can't imagine structures are going to do much there. I wonder if sometimes he has drones in the Nidus to build spores if he has lurkers in the Nidus too, because then you can build spores against the Liberators. It just feels like that's going to take such a long time to make happen, though, so... It's just there from when the upper left base died, so it's just a retreat instead of... Okay. So it's just a mistake. It's kind of what I thought it was, but then people are like, well, he's done it before. But yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's just retreating from a base, and they're just still in there, and you haven't unloaded them, and they just get caught up in what is now an offensive Nidus. You know, there's no distinction between attacking and defending Nidus, I guess, so... Yeah, that's going to make sense. That does make absolutely the most logical sense, so... Well, I figured that one out, guys. Good job, all around. Clap, clap. Hellbat's still getting busy onto a bunch of those Lings. We're going to see a few more Lings getting after the SCV. Now onto a siege tank as well. Just going to grab that, and on we go. Continue to put the pressure in here for a couple more moments. Bit more damage being dealt then. Let's just get the command center coming through again. Again, Ultra, Infestor, Ling, Overlord, all building through. The Ling's going to take some more damage as these tanks get a jump onto them. We're actually going to lose one tank straight away here. Hellbat tank continue to push up. A single Zergling going to jump onto that tank on the high ground as well. Nibble through that for a couple of moments. It's probably a mistake he's done before. No, Serral doesn't make the same mistake twice, man. This is the logic that goes through my brain when someone said he did it before. It's like, well, it can't possibly have been a mistake. Deny all logic. Serral mistake is illogical, you know? Ling's popping around. A couple of different tank lines. Playing cleanup. The central base not going to be able to mine out for Serral is an issue. Resources left here. Quite a lot of gas. 3,200, 3,300 gas available on this base. Kind of a fair few minerals as well. Serral's left a lot of gas on the map, right? Like, considering he's had some of these bases for a lengthy amount of times, like, there's thousands of gas still available, which kind of undoes part of the problem we've been discussing of, you know, maybe not having the gas to accompany these minerals. So, it's a little bit of a concern. I do think it's a little bit of a concern. Like I say, very mineral heavy still from Serral. Once again, they continue to trade corner bases. One guy has one, then they have the other, then they play swapsies. That's going to be Maru's attempt to take the top left. Serral will try and say no. I'm sure Maru will probably soon have a hit squad to the bottom right, trying to deny that corner base as well, which is probably what this game comes down to the longer it goes. It goes long enough, kind of running into that kind of late game kind of corner base trade out could be what changes everything. Is again, Serral doing what he used to, which is to have these ghosts running the other direction. As they get to a planetary, they'll be safe, but Maru loses a lot because he can't turn and fight with the ghosts there. The Banes got too close, so Maru actually had to just straight up run and leave the rest of the tanks on so just to go down. Maru's is going to jump onto the hatchery again. Bane, Ultra, Infestor continuing through. The Ultras are going to take a chance, move up for a couple of seconds here, and we'll take some opportunity there as well. Going to be seeing the Medivacs retreating away. Maru needs to get back towards being maxed out. He's got a bunch of libs on the way. I like that. Kind of, I mean, we do have 12 corruptors. It does force the corruptors to stay as corruptors rather than kind of becoming broods. And they're just, libs are just good in general, right? Like, if corruptors flying to try and clean up libs, you do have a chance to snipe them down as well. So, you do have the combination of units that can work there. Maru is not getting the top left base up, though. Resource lost in this game, 41k to 52. They're going to be pretty important to note, I would say. I do think that resources lost tab is, like I say, probably going to have quite a bit of impact the later this game goes. The ghost comes across, this hatchery in the top left dies, so we're able to clean that up and kill that off already, so we managed that straight away. Going to be seeing the Ultras still making a little bit of a dive through as well, so in they go. Just going to be seeing the cleanup happening again. A couple of snipes still coming down. A bunch of these Ultras just falling. Maru's supply does plummet though. So Maru is going to be down at 125. Army supply is still reasonable-ish. 100 to 124. I'm genuinely amazed, by the way, that this game is going to turn out with Serral actually evening out the minerals and gas. I actually think he's done a fantastic job of trading. Since we first started talking about the mineral gas differential, he lost like 500 lings. And just not a lot of gas units went down during that time. And like I say, now he actually has kind of an even balance of minerals and gas utilized deep into this game now. and in the later moments. So yeah, great job making sure that that gets dealt with sooner rather than later. Because like I say, if you let it go later, it becomes an issue in and of itself, right? So yeah, dealing with it sooner, almost always going to be beneficial. And that's where we're at right now. Ghost coming back over. The tanks are all siege. You're going to see Serral taking another run at this army. Ghost in the back. I feel like could have probably sniped a moment or two sooner. They actually are going to get some snipes off. So not going to be too bad for Maru. Actually going to be able to stand and fight. And that's the difference, right? Seeing these Ghosts stand and fight, able to actually get some snipes down makes such a big difference. But Serral overall is going to continue to push through. And it does feel like he might just have the trades on his side well enough to make this happen. Because now Maru, only on 26 SCVs, no bank to speak of. His army supply is not good enough. I think Serral is on the verge of a game one and showing us really the kind of the difference. You could just see the difference in this game, right? From the Maru Reynor games, I guess, where Serral just had, like I say, early on the corner base, he took some good trades. He limited Maru. He consistently fought Maru off those extra bases. Resources lost never really strayed too far away. Again, 65 to 55k. Serral was able to trade well enough throughout this as well, which is such a huge factor, something we've got to keep talking about. Ultras and company keep pushing through. The Liberators will siege up as well. Continue to push forward. GG says Maru. Serral is just going to take this game number one. He's going to take this down. I liked a lot of this game for Maru. I liked a lot of this game for Serral as well. I liked a lot of those differences that we saw kind of come up and come about when we talk about the difference of one series we just watched to this one. But Serral able to get it done for an opening game. And we'll take a 1-0 lead in this best of 7. Awesome game to open us up with. As we'll be heading into game 2 in a few moments' time, guys. I'm just going to run the ads and we'll probably start up in about a minute or so. Thank you for listening, watching, and enjoying with us here today. Goat. Yeah, Serral's good, man. These late game DVT things are just so fun to watch, by the way. Like, they're so fun. Super, super fun. Super, super fun. Alrighty, we will take a moment or two, my friends. Like I say, just take a second. We'll get into this. Game 2, it'll be on Taito Citadel, so get that started up. In fact, we're going to go for it right now. It's TVZ. What's really going to happen at the start of the TVZ to make us unhappy, you know? Surely nothing. We'll be fine. Alright, let's kick off as we have got ourselves in the... Alright, let's first of all actually get in game. Hang on, hold up. Hold up! Better to do introductions from inside of the game. Top left-hand side, Maru from Vitality will be down a map in this BO7. Can he pull it back again, or will Serral start to run away with this series, as he so often does against Maru? Serral, a red Zerg from Basilisk in the bottom right corner of the map right now. Getting up and into position and get this ready to go. SCV Depot coming through. Rax gas coming in. SCV producing through. Overlord making its way toward the upper left-hand side. It's just going to go on a bit of a journey. Barracks setting up. The SCV building. Hatch gas on the way in. Maybe get the spawning pool going in a few moments as well. Get that ready to go. Overlord will just journey and take a couple of moments here for a few seconds, get that all set up, get this underway. Reaper is out, so it's time to not just follow the Overlord, although the obs I'm following is like, no, I want to follow the Overlord. Boy, no, not the Overlord. Not the Overlord. Maybe the Reaper. Hello, Marine. I guess let's go to the Reaper in a second. As we take a spot to see what's going on. Reaper is going to get to the bottom right-hand side from Maru and start this off. Couple queens on the way through. That ling speed is coming up as well. Get that going here straight away. And just get this started. The couple lings will chase in after the Reaper for the moment or two. I'm just going to help to push that Reaper back out the other side. Just want to say as well, guys, if you guys obviously are going to be with us later on as well, we have sponsored content coming up. If you want to help us out with that, you can exclamation mark Galactic in the chat. Any downloads of the Foundation Galactic Frontier do directly support the stream. And if you want to help us out further, you can get to level 4, level 8, and so on. All of it helps. We're going to have until the end of tomorrow to get those downloads and those level ups. So if you want to help us out, get on it early. We will be showing that on stream. Excuse me. We'll be showing that on stream obviously fairly soon as well. Like I say, that'll be coming up a bit further down the line when we finish up these StarCraft games, so we will be playing it. Like I say, if you want to hang out with us for the sponsored content, it does help support StarCraft 2 events such as the WardiTV Winter Championship coming up next weekend. Playoffs of that $5,000 tournament start Thursday, just in case you weren't aware. Put it in your calendars. Next weekend's going to be a blast here on the channel. Going to be a ton of awesome games, almost certainly. Couple SCVs, a couple Hellions all coming through, so we take a few moments and get this set up. Starport going to swap to the tech lab. The barracks going to move over to the side of it all as well. Banshee and the Hellions will sell. Again, the gas and the orbital on the way up. 4 minutes in and not too much going on just yet. Is it just 5 minutes like last time with Marvel Rivals? This one, so this one is not based on viewership. So if you really don't want to hang out, feel free to just leave. Like, if it's not going to take your fancy or anything, feel free to leave. The best thing you can do to check it out is check out the exclamation mark collect command. Even if you don't want to install the game, even click on the link and show some interest. You don't actually have to download. I mean, like, I don't get paid if you click on the link, but it shows interest, which is good for the future, yada yada, etc. So, yeah. But we don't necessarily benefit from you guys watching, apart from it looks good for me. So if you can leave the stream on, then great. If you don't want to, I'm not going to force you to. It's a sponsorship. Like I say, the support goes a long way, but it is not necessary. It's not like I say, the Marvel Rivals one where you just watch for 5 minutes. I'm obviously going to try and encourage you guys to stick around for 5 minutes, because it makes the difference of a few $100s. It makes the difference of a few $100s, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Hellions, pulling back over. Let's focus up on this game then, as we have game 2 of this best of 7 underway. Dude, Ellie will be sad. Yeah, Ellie will be big sad. Is that what I've got to do? Tell you guys Ellie's gonna be sad, and that's how we get the sponsor views? Yeah, unbelievable. Hey, what's up, Zakuba Killer? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for subbing. There's the Hellions, the Reaper come about. The Banshee going to come over as well. Just going to see those Hellions going to back away for a couple seconds as well. Stepping out of there. 1-1 upgrades in the Stim Pack continuing through. Marines and a Siege Tank will come up as well. And again, Hellions and the Reaper coming up right now. Getting that underway. Spire, Hatchery, Drones, Overlord coming up. I'm just going to be seeing the Bailing speed coming up as well. Hellions and the Reaper back around the center. Spire is coming through. That Bane speed still coming in. Overlord's about to finish producing as we get a few more Zerglings coming up as well. The Marines will be there to chase the Overseer back for a couple moments. Marines stim underneath. They get the Overlord chased. Not going to get the kill though for a moment. Hey, what's up? Barry BP, how you doing? 39-month resub on the Prime. Super appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for priming us up and keeping it going. Like I say, appreciate you big time. Thank you so much for using the Primes, guys. If you have a Prime available, use it. It is free. It allows us to run more StarCraft 2 tournaments, which is always good. Gotta love the mutas on the way. Lingbane muta, best composition for TVZ. I think the best, personally, I always think Lingbane Hydra, Lingbane muta, those kind of comps always are so fun to watch, and you're gonna get to see Serral playing Lingbane muta here against Maru. I feel like this doesn't happen a lot because, you know, Lingbane muta's been out of fashion for so long. We're gonna bring it in here on Tidal Citadel. Game 2 of the best of 7, Serral leading the series. I love it. I love it. What I don't love for Serral is just how good the upgrades are going to be for Maru, though. 2-2 starting. Serral's evolution chambers are finished, but not yet operational, so it's a problem, and especially if Serral, but spends some gas right now defensively. He's not going to start the upgrades a bit longer. He does prioritize the upgrades here. Uh-oh, tank's not sieged. Serral in actually a little bit of trouble, maybe. Marines pushing up. The tanks did get sieged in the end. That obviously helps a lot. Now we're going to try and run through. Midos obviously can clean up a lot of this. Oh, we love it for. I think we like it for Serral. He's going to push this back. He's going to clean this up. Hard not to like it when the Zerg gets the cleanup. As long as he does get the cleanup, but I tell you what, the Mutas sitting overhead did not get the damage done at the end. That was actually a lot of damage taken on the Mutalisk rather than being delivered by the Mutalisk. That actually became a bit more awkward than initially seemed like it might have been, so I kind of did not love that as much in the final few moments. As the Marine Hellbat now will step through. Queens, as you can see, are going to get absolutely laid into by this army. Another round of Ling Bane coming forward. The Mutas in the back probably going to take damage again, which I got to say continues to be maybe a little bit of a concern long term, that this Mutalisk count is not really getting off the ground running. It's being halted, it's being brought down. The more times this Mutalisk count gets reset, the harder it is to get up to that scary Muta number, and the longer it is before we can really get into this. We've actually only lost 3 Mutas. It's just they're constantly in the fight, which also does mean they're not across the map dealing damage as well. Maru's preparation being made to full use now, or preparation time being made to full use. He gets a Thor producing, drilling claws on the way. He is also getting a 4th base, so not looking to just keep the rebase in this one. So 4th base coming through. And like I say, we'll now start to play deflections with Marines, but that Muta count is not super high because we've been putting so much pressure on. We've had to build things other than the Mutas. And with things other than the Mutas being built, like I say, we're at a point right now where Mutalisks are not super scary for Maru just yet. As yo, what's up, She's Good 3 as well. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Fresh and new. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As the Thor continues into place, a couple of Widow Mines coming through. Marines, drilling claws, vehicle plating plus 2 armor coming up as well. You do get a gold base in the bottom left. Picked off right there. Just going to see another scan coming down. The Banes are going to come through. The Lings gathering up together. We've got the Mutalisks. I'm going to make a play once again, and we do have the Marines just going to be there to keep the Mutas at bay one more time. Just going to hold that back. The Mutas dive in. Marines go down. 2-2. Starting from Serral, as Maru is on 2-2. Remember that all these trades will be with Maru on an upgrade lead, so that's one thing you got to deal with as Serral. That's something you're expecting to have to deal with as the Zerg, though. Playing Ling Bane Muta, a lot of the time you do delay your upgrades to get into the Mutas, and in that case, you are going to end up playing kind of behind on the upgrades, and that's very true here. Like I said, Serral will have known this going into this. It's not something that's kind of like a shocker to him. As you see the Mutas diving through, SCVs in a little bit of trouble, as you can see. Dealing with this pretty well so far. The Lings are focusing missile turrets, which is helping the SCV count not to die off completely. Because there probably could have been a lot of SCVs dead in that mineral line. I wonder how many would have died if he'd... It's interesting, because if he targets SCVs, the SCVs probably attack back or run. Because he targets the missile turret, he stops and repairs. So it's actually interesting, because I wonder how many he actually would have killed. Because if he... Like I say, I think the only reason those SCVs look like they're in danger is because they know that the missile turret is actually the target, and then as such, they kind of just stand there with the Lings. Otherwise... Yeah, that's actually a weird moment where I don't know if it's actually all that crazy to have the SCV still there. I wonder if it maybe would have been like 6 SCVs down instead of 4, and then it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. Because it's easy to say that's a mistake from Serral, but I think the choice is actually good because you take away the defense against the Mutas, and I don't think you would have gotten much more if you don't go for it. Anyways, Marines are going to continue to chase through, and it's just going to be having the Marines continue to come across. So in we go. Going to hit the bottom left base, trying to deny this gold. Maru has defended, honestly, dealt with this pretty well. Still only 4 SCVs lost in this game is very impressive after that big attack. So keeps himself in a very playable position right now. Keeps himself in a great spot at the moment. Keeps him in a very positive place. 2-2 upgrades, the 2+2 flyer attack as well. Absolutely a part of this right now. Continue to bring that through. The 3-3 upgrades coming in on the Terran side of the things as well. Just going to see a little bit more bio still pushing through. The Lings having to step back for a second. Trying to stay clear of any issues for a moment or so. Ling Bane coming through again. A couple of Widowmine shots looking to fire. The Mutas are going to come about as well. Just going to be seeing the Thor shot going in toward the Mutalisks. And again, Marine Marauder Mine continue to pull back. Just going to find a missile turret here too. Pick that off and then get onto this orbital command. And as we get rid of a few more SCVs. So a few more SCVs continue to drop here just at the moment. The Marines coming back the other way. And the Muta's going to turn back onto the orbital, the barracks for a couple of seconds. Just going to see this Bio Army still pushing up. A couple Queens are going to continue to drop down dead. Banes are going to get caught. Marines will continue to come over the Bio. Going to get jumped on by the Ling Bane Muta right now. In we go. Thor just about surviving through. Takes a couple of Baneling shots at the moment there. Just going to see the double missile turret is going to fire. The Mutalisks have to be pushed away. So the Muta counterattack is maybe not doing enough. Serral losing that forward base. He's still a 4-base Zerg on the bottom right. Has to cancel the base on the right side. Knows that's going down. Trying to retake the gold. That would be his 5th if he can get to it. But that's obviously not a great sign. That we're kind of challenged to get a 5th base up even right now. Feels pretty rough for you at the moment. So this is going to be a little tough at the moment. Marines coming back around. Muta's overhead. A couple more Marines going to get jumped on. We do see the Bioforce coming over as well. The Lings get back to the top. And again, Hive, Mutas all coming through. The extra Banes coming online as well. Plus 1 Flyer Carapace going to be a part of this as the Mutas fly in. The double Widow Mine is in position to help deflect those Mutalisks, trying to keep them from committing through. The Lings are going to dive in on the right side, head toward the 3rd base. The Mutas in the main base are going to get rid of a chunk of SCVs as well. Now in the bottom left side, the Hatchery going to get jumped on. The Lings are running through. The Bio going to hold its own here against these Lings. We do lose a few more SCVs though. I think Maru's okay with this though. Like a few SCVs like this feel fine, you know? Like this is okay. This is very manageable damage against an army composition that's not really teched up still. Hive on the way, so we're starting to get to a better place. But realistically, the next stepping stone of this game for Serral is going to be Ultras. And don't be wrong, they're going to help your army out. But they're still not an army where it's like, uh-oh, Terran really going to be in some trouble now. Like, okay, if you're not prepared for the Ultras at all, sure, they can be a challenge. And I think Serral is making this kind of go in a way that, you know, it's not easy for Maru to get to Ghosts, for example. But he's also not needed to try to get to Ghosts yet. We'll see what happens with Hive up. We'll see what we do. We start +3 Carapace. Like I say, maybe we don't even feel like we can get toward an Ultra Cavern. I do think, like, Serral's max, but I actually do feel like he's under a lot of pressure because he's not doing much on the counters, and Maru keeps pushing forward. There's a lot of Banes, and Maru kind of steps forward into the Bane lanes. Kaboom! Banes are going to blow a lot of stuff up. Serral instantly rebuilding through on the Lings. Muta's going to look to try and come through and play cleanup on the tail end of all of that. And Muta's continue to run away. The Bio Army will chase a bit further into the center. The Banes are going to keep on chasing forward. The Mutas are going to be there. The Marines keep pulling back. More Marines going to stim. They're low HP, having to use their stims defensively back at home previously. They brought them low on health. But Maru has got Serral down to basically no bank account. Muta's still over here, going to deny the 5th base to Maru. So that's a big win for Serral. It's going to keep Maru from establishing too much more economy. And Serral has gotten the bottom left gold and the far right side base up. Can we get them mining? The right side base probably dies. The bottom left base gold, though, is starting to mine. So Serral finds a new lease of economy in this game. Maru going to reinforce before he fully commits into this position. Serral's thinking about, does he want to run into that? Problem is, he runs out of creep spread very quickly if he engages into this position, so it's not really ideal long term. Starport going to take some damage. The Bio still settling up. The Hatchery taking a few more shots as well. A couple of Marines getting jumped on. Marauders getting chased. And you see the Mutas going back the other way. Adrenal Glands, the +3 Carapace upgrade coming online as well. Just going to see the Mutas will go for the Starport. Going to pick that off. Starport goes down. It's going to be a nice cleanup. And that reactor burning down to follow up as well at the end. Quite the game. Serral Maru, I mean, who would have guessed? Oh, Serral Maru is a good match. Who would have thought? But yeah, quite the game. It was very active, very busy. Lots of trading everywhere. Both players being kind of drawn out over the course of this one. And like I say, really kind of tested for the foreseeable future as we are going to see this bottom left base in trouble. It's a lot of Marauders to tank the Banelings. The Banelings do blow up on the Marauders. They're going to try and commit to it. Then the Marines step forward and say, oh, cool, you use the Banes? Yeah, we're here as well, by the way. That right side base denied. Bottom left base now denied. Serral's new attempt of a 5th base will be in the middle of the map. We'll see if that actually comes up and online here. I'm not quite convinced it will, honestly. I mean, 40 army supply down. Serral having to find a defense on a base that's in a very forward position. It is open, so maybe the open area makes it difficult, makes it easier for the Zerg to maybe get a wraparound or so. Maybe we like that part of it. Let's pull back. The Bio already starting to step through to the middle there. Maru, meanwhile, by the way, 5th base for him would be a pretty major deal as well, right? Get to a 5th base. That's something which Serral's doing a great job of denying, but that's going to be a whole new, again, lease of economy, right? You get this whole new kind of, bank to essentially play with, and that's going to kind of really change the direction of this game overall. Committing through here, the Mutas want to chase, especially as the Medivacs load up to try and run. A few Marines show up, and we are going to save those loaded Medivacs. Now we're able to get there with the reinforcements. Still 30 army supply ahead. Serral building a lot of lings. He's got a lot of gas in the bank, but he does not have any minerals left over. He is desperate to hold on to this base. He needs this hatchery. He needs this mine, and without it, he does not have the mineral income to really stay competitive in this game long term. The Banes are going to come crashing through again. A lot of Marauders tanking the shots. We do find a few Marines in the back lines, though. Serral able to get some connections there. Now the Mutas are finding the forward base here from Maru, and he's going to find it unprotected, so SCVs will fall as well. Maru's economy also taking hits at 44 workers, but his current standing army is a big deal, and it denies the middle base. Now maybe we can look to the bottom left base again in Serral for some income, but Maru is there with something, so at the very least he sees it, and he'll know that that's his next target to hit once more. And as long as he keeps denying these bases just moments after they come online, Serral is never really getting enough resources out of them to really kind of be happy with the usage that he's making of all of this. That bio splitting around, the Lings coming through into the mineral line. Again, 7 more Mutalisks continue to come up for the moment. Heading straight down the bottom left. The Mutas come through. Mutas going to aim for the planetary fortress. The bio will just go. The Lings will be there to chase after the Marauders as well. Just going to jump onto the hatchery. Mutas will come through. A couple of the SCVs are going to get grabbed. Just going to be seeing Broodlings going down. And again, the Mutas coming back across Overseer up in the sky with those Mutalisks. Going to get after a couple more of these SCVs. Marines and Marauder coming up. The Mutas and the Banes coming about. Hatchery still coming through. And load back into the planetary fortress and out again. Mutalisks coming back over. Marauders coming by. So got the Marines coming over. Overseer just going to get caught for a second. A couple more of those Mutas coming through as well. Marauder all coming up. Ling, Muta chasing through. Bio still pulling back. Just going to be seeing the Bio going to be there. He is going to get jumped on for a couple of moments. We are going to see a good amount of Bio, to be fair, actually chasing through this. So actually going to have a lot of units running this way. Maru is just up 30 supply. I think he's finally won the grueling kind of war that's been going on in this game. And it has been a war of economy. It's been a war of attrition, really, right? That really is what we say. But it really has been where it's just been about who can get a 5th base online and actually mine from it. Resources lost is 9k different. That's pretty fine for a Zerg, honestly. You know, like, the economy difference here is absolutely okay. Or the resource loss difference is fine for Serral. It's just been Maru establishes a 5th, kept Serral off of a 5th base, and that has been truly the talking point of this one, and will pretty much be the ending point of this one as well, because I just do not think at this point Serral really brings this back. 50 army supply down, trying to get a 5th base up still. It's halfway done. Long distance mine in the bottom left. He's countering with the Mutas because he knows he needs to kind of keep Maru from pushing him. Maru doesn't mind right now. He's just saying, cool, well, if you're long distance mining and not much else, I can take a second to defend. I'm still mining my own 5th base as well, and that's going to be big. He just needs to defend the main because he can't lose too much production, because you actually do need to have production to take advantage of your economy. He actually catches the Mutalisks up top, and the Marines get underneath, and a few of those Mutas already beginning to go down, so we do get rid of a couple of those pretty much straight away. Now, once again, guess what? Bottom left, and Serral does not have enough to fight that, so he'll counterattack again, and basically try and find a fight where he overwhelms a portion of Maru's army. Likely to work? Probably not. Worth trying? Of course it is. Absolutely, you can give it a go. Just not sure if it'll be enough overall as the planetary sets up there. The Ling Bane looking for a run through. Pulling back. The Mutas are going to jump on one medevac looking for another. The Banes still chasing in. A couple of Widowmine shots going to go off on the bio. The Mutas still chasing through. Widowmines still landing. The Marines are going to stim. We get rid of a few more Lings. We take a bit more of a pick off right there. Just going to see the Marine Marauder mine continue to come through here currently. Just going to see the Lings coming over. Just going to be seeing the Mutas still being chased away. I think we are truly in the dying moments. Like I say, Serral will counterattack until GG has to be called, okay, right now. Because it's pretty much all he can really do, and he's going to just try and make sure there's no possible way he can get back into this, and there really was not in the end. GG's, and that is going to be a game 2 to Maru, so we tie up 1-1 in this BO7. So all tied up, and a game 3 on the horizon, which will be played on Celestial Enclave, guys. We'll dive into that in just a moment here. I will just BRB 1 second, and then we'll dive into this game number 3. It's all tied up. Celestial Enclave coming up. I'll see you guys in a moment. Enjoy the sellout button.
Hello everyone and welcome to the WardiTV sellout button, where we press one button and tell you guys all the ways you can support the stream and the StarCraft 2. First of all, don't forget to like and subscribe on the YouTube channel if you're watching over there, and secondly, if you're watching on Twitch, you can hit the follow to see when we go live. On Twitch, don't forget you use your Prime subs, they are free and they are awesome. If you do not use your Prime, we will say you're committing a crime. Of course, you can sub regularly, you can gift the subs, there's a membership system on the YouTube as well, and one of the most important things is to also check out the Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of everything goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize money. Is there a better deal than that? Yeah, gifting subs, because then you just spread the joy of WardiTV and StarCraft to others. What isn't there to love?
Alrighty, let's jump into game 3. It'll be Celestial Enclave here for this one. Get this up and running, guys. Keep this series rolling out for you all. Let's get this on the way, as it's 1-1 tied up. Let's get this going. Okay. Alright. Away we will be going as we kick this into action and get this ready to party through. So, bottom left, Maru upper right, game number 3 of this best of 7. Great game 2, great game 1 as well, honestly. Great series so far, just in general, full stop. Need we really say more? Not really, it's been just very fun to witness so far. I'll get into this and see what is in store for us next year. Getting this underway. Hatch on the way down, Barracks is going to produce. So we get settled for a couple of moments. Add a gas on there as well. Bring that straight into place. And I'm just going to be seeing the X and the gas both coming about. SCV coming by. I'm just going to see the hatchery and the Overlord continue to come through as well. So we get that started up here. And the Overlord will just take a journey out toward the middle of the map. So take a couple of seconds, move that over. And yeah, Rex and the gas coming online. For a few moments will be a good setup for the moment. So we get that underway. Hatch, gas pool drone. Continue to pull about right now. It's just going to get that set. And I'm just going to be chilling. I mean, it's nice to be chilling for a moment or two, right? Especially after such a busy and hectic game as what we just saw. Now tied up 1-1 in this series. Getting to a game 3 already. And seeing what we pull out next. How's everyone doing in the chat again? Thanks for joining us for some replay casting today. Appreciate you all being here. Appreciate you guys. Again, commands are coming about. Marine and so coming through as well. Continue to get that going. Okay, Reyes is going to shoot, so I'm going to be able to deal a little bit of damage there already. A few shots coming out. And about nothing too surprising. A few hits come in. Let's get some damage done. I'm just going to see the Overlord's going to try and poke through into the back base, but the Marine's going to be there. Also, you do have this in-base expand option as a Terran on this map, and that's exactly what we go to here as Maru. Serral takes it as well. So both players are going to opt for the in-base. That makes much more sense for the Terran. The Zerg oftentimes expands outwards because they defend 3 bases early all the time anyway. But taking it in-base, like I say, intriguing, because it does give you 1 less gas and less mineral patches to work with, so like I say, intrigued to see maybe if that comes to mean anything or not, I guess, over a little bit of time here. And this we'll see fairly soon. I'm just going to see the barracks lifting off, moving to the side. Factory will become the reactor instead. We can get that on the way up, so bring that straight through. Reaper is going to fight here onto the SCVs, onto the drones for a moment or two. Actually going to kill a drone. Doesn't happen very often against Serral. A little bit different. Again, the Hellions just continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the command sent on the way through. Just going to have ourselves again the CC's coming up, the Rotron coming by. We've got a lot of that on the way here just for a moment or two. Bringing a lot of this into play right now. You can see the Reaper hops up. Again, we'll move around for a couple seconds. Just going to see this down in. Rotron and Evo Chamber going to be the choice here from Serral. So, Rotron, Evo Chamber coming up. Double Engineering Bay from Maru. So, again, playing the Roaches. I know if playing the Roaches helps to dissuade Maru from some of the mech builds, because then Serral's very well set up to instantly kind of go in and basically kind of hit him hard when he's trying to get set up into the mech. I wonder if that's maybe part of the process here of what Serral chooses to do. And he's played a lot of Roaches in general lately, to be fair, though. Will continue to come by. Again, the Marines continue up. The factory moves around. Still got the 1-1 in the stim pack continue to build about. Got all those upgrades coming through. Just going to see the Carapace upgrade coming by. Again, the drones in the lair continue to come over for a few moments. Just got a hatchery into the bottom side. And a 4th base setting up as well. Refinery will come into place. More Roaches begin for the moment. Just get those on the way up. Carapace coming through. Get that on the go. About to finish. And as the hatchery continues to build up. +1 Carapace. Roach speed on the way. Continue to bring this over. And again, 1-1 upgrades. And the stim pack building for the moment. So get all of that online. And just, yeah, Carapace and the Roach speeds. Serral going to make a few Roaches. It's only a good drone count, though. It's just going to play this Roach-based opener initially. And looking to see what that kind of just develops into right now is kind of where we're at the moment. And the Roaches gather. Carapace and the Roach speed will build through. These barracks will build. Upgrades on the way in. One in the combat shield will be coming by. A couple of things is going to run. It's just a drone or so, nothing too much. Nothing too crazy just yet. Again, 1-1 combat shield. Just got concussive shells going. A few Ravages morphing. So it's about to have the Carapace and the Roach speed. He's still sat at 68 drones. We'll see what he wants to try and do. And as the Overseer checks out, I mean, it feels like, it's still only Carapace, nothing else on the way. It feels like we're going to send this as Serral. He's up 84 to 36 army supply. Maru defensively has 1 tank, 18 Marines. Serral comes running across the map. He's going to go on the right side, which means he will have to knock down these rocks. Gives Maru a little bit of time to figure this out. If he notices that these rocks are under attack, Maru adding the 3 additional barracks is going to take him to 8 racks in total, but they might not be in play in time to make a difference here. Maru pulls back over. Does have 1-1 against this. Has Stim. Has a tank. If we can keep this tank alive, that'd be huge. SCVs must be used in this scenario. We've got to tank for the bio units and give them a true chance to fight through this. So that's what the attempt is going to be. Serral's numbers looking fantastic at the moment as the corrosive barrels will just work their way through the barracks, but every moment that passes gives Maru a bit more defense. Tank on the high ground could be big as well, and again, so far, I love that we've kept the tank alive. We will not stay alive here. We'll get barreled down, but the Marines will take the chance to stim at this, and there's a lot of Marines now. The damage output pretty high. Again, having the 1-1 definitely helping with this, and Serral push back through this choke point. Going to be difficult to move back through into the concave of the Terran units now. Is perhaps just going to be a big issue. Serral still ahead on supply. He killed 20 workers here, and yet Maru is only 6 behind. Serral realizes that this is going to have to be a little bit of a cut out of here and move into something else. +2 Carapace begins. Still no missile upgrade, though. Still not a lot of damage from the Roach Ravager. Just kind of very reliant on the Biles, which kind of makes sense initially, but at this point now it becomes a lot tougher. We're going to need some tank shots here. We try and continue up this ramp. I don't think that's enough Biles in the tank. It is not. So tank will live, and Serral's just going to say that this is not going to go well enough. GG must be called. And we are going to have Maru take a 2-1 lead. with that defense going his way. Alrighty, Maru going to take the advantage back. Advantage just in this series for the first time. Serral opting for this aggression, and it does not work in his favor. Let's jump into another guy. So we're going to go straight to White Rabbit here for this next game. So let's just dive straight in and get to business. Keep these games rolling on through for you all as we go through this grand finals. Alrighty. Let's jump in to the bottom left-hand side. It is going to be our red Terran player taking the 2-1 lead. It is going to be Vitality's Maru. Up against in the top right, our blue Zerg player, it is going to be Serral. Game 3 of this BO7. Yeah, guys, just... the problem with predictions when we're doing replays is obviously we don't know if it's a prediction or it's just someone spoiling. So anything that's written as a score of what the series could be and so on, I appreciate it's a very honest prediction. That's why it's not a timeout. It's just a delete. I just don't know what the score is, so I delete both just in case because I don't know what the difference is, you know. So yeah, that's all. Just keep us on track. I didn't know it was replays. All good, mate. Like I say, I didn't think it was malicious. Just the problem is if one person, right, like say you make a prediction and say it's the correct result, and then someone's like, "Oh my god, you just spoiled it for everyone," then they just spoiled it for everyone by saying it was right or not, you know. So loads of things can happen for us. I just delete anything that could be the score because it just doesn't, you know. It just potentially causes issues, so better to stay ahead of it than let it happen. Like I say, it's just a delete. It's not a big deal. I'll just clarify it as well, just to let you know not to worry about it. Orbital, Command Center, Reaper, all building through at the moment here, so we get that on the way up. For now, Reaper will build up by... Just going to see the couple queens and the Zerglings keep on building in as well, so we bring a lot of that into place right here. Get this set up and ready to party onwards. And as this drone pulls out over to the side, just going to check out over this left side and get ready for a third hatchery. Looking pretty respectable at the moment. It says in the title replay cast. That's all good. Like, people don't read the title ever, honestly, so you are actually good, do not worry. This is not the first, it will not be the last time someone has no idea. Reaper are going to keep fighting, a couple lings will start to drop, as we do have the lings to continue to build through for a few moments. Drones on the way, hatchery building, and again the couple CCs will be accompanied by the factory and the reactor still building by. SCV on the way up as well. Just going to bring that through for a couple of moments. So Overlord, Queen, the drones building by at the moment. That link speed still coming up and online. So bring that into place. As you're going to see a mule dropping into position here. And a couple of command centers still building through as well. So we continue that into place for the moment. Get that all on the go and see where things will line up in the next few moments. So we get that all settled in. Should be the first two words in the title. Yeah, see, we've got to have that balance, you know? If it's the first two words in the title, people might not click the stream. But if it's in the title at the end, people might not read it, and then, you know, more people click the stream, and they realize, whoa, watching replays ain't so bad. Yeah, it's one of those ones you can't really win on, to be honest. So, there ain't no winning here, I think is the, probably the biggest takeaway of it. Ain't no winning here. It's going to be seeing a couple of SCVs going down. It's going to be seeing the orbital coming through the Banshee, so we actually get a couple of workers, so not a bad little starting point initially. Serral's a much better first word than replay. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, guys, this is my job, and unfortunately, as much as I hate clickbait, The least clickbaity thing I can do that is still clickbaity in essence is to actually just use the names of the players that are popular. So, God, this is the least offensive clickbait of all time. It's the least offensive clickbait of all time, and I will not hear anything else. A couple of Marines will go in after the Overlord and try and take that down. I'm just going to be seeing a couple engineering bays coming up. I'm just going to see that Banshee continuing through, continuing to move over and get set to go. So I'll claim Maru Reynor for the Pigfest replay title then. I don't think, does Pigfest even do replays? I don't even know. It's, that's another time. I've not been able to watch much Pigfest because I've been streaming a lot of the days Pigfest is on, just later in the day usually, or I've been away the last couple of days and stuff as well, so it's another tournament I'd like to catch up on a little bit, but I don't even know if they do, if Peg does replays, to be honest. It's not clickbait to put the most important information yet. Ah, yes, but this is Twitch chat, where everything has malicious reasoning behind it, obviously. Duh. You plan to do other things today until you saw this stream title worked on you? Nice. One more person's day ruined. Rub my hands together. We love it. Alright, Hydrogen, couple of Evo chambers coming up. We get this ready to rumble. And we just get ourselves the Queen and the drones building through. A couple overlords coming up. 1-1 upgrades and Stimpack will be producing. Let's just have that Banshee lingering around on the top side. Is going to look to try and find some work. An Overseer moves down toward the bottom left. Try and see what's up. A few SCVs transfer over to the left side mineral line. Queen's in position, push that Banshee back. Still got the 1-1 missile upgrades coming through. The Groove Spines is coming up as well. Our armory will be halfway done shortly. Again, upgrades coming about. Hydra's on the way. Just gonna see a few Hellions able to grab a couple of creep tumors initially. So again, we bring that through and get that on the way for a couple of moments. Yo, what's up? Advanced Wars Best. Thank you for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for priming us up, keeping them coming. Thank you so much for supporting the stream today. Thank you. You're awesome. Thank you for priming. Thank you for priming. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, wow. Hydra's missile and carapace upgrade all building in. The Baneling Nest is halfway done. We had a hatchery on for good measure. That's where we're going right now as the Marine Tank Medevac continues to move. Up the left-hand side, so going to get to that upper left-hand corner. The Banshee's going to show up and jump onto the hatchery here as well. Just going to start to make a little bit of a play through this hatch, put some damage out. Just going to see the tank sieging off to the side as well. Banshee's still going to try and do a little bit extra. And, yeah, we got some units pushing into the center. Creep Tumors going down. 7 more Hydras in production. Add on a good group of Lings right now. Add on the Overlord. Add on the drones. Continue to bring this through as we do see the Queens coming down. Get the feeling that was not an intentional mule, guys. That would have been one of the worst mana mules of all time. He's like, I predict this fight will be terrible for you. Yeah, there's one of those times where you go back home, drop the mule, but then you click back to your army before they drop the mule, and you just misclick where it's going to be. So, was it supposed to be a scout? No, I think he probably flicked home, dropped the mule, but like he just rallied himself back to the army before he dropped the mule down. So, it would be my guess. It happens. We see Terran players make this little mistake every now and again. It happens. I love that Maru doesn't instantly type sorry, panic. He's just like, oh, mistake, carry on. Some players, if they drop a mule like that, are like, oh my god, please don't think I hate you. Maru just does not give a crap what Serral thinks. He knows, like, he knows that Serral knows that this is not a thing, so we're good. Oh, we don't get mana mules much anymore, do we? Yeah, one of the lost arts of StarCraft 2. 2 upgrades, plus 1 vehicle weapons all building in. The Marines unloading once again. And we get settled back down. Just going to see the melee and the +2 carapace still building through as well. So continue to get that on the go. Continue to pull that up. And just see this hatchery. Low, but not dead just yet. The few Marines are going to step back a little bit. Just going to be seeing the few drones still building away. Just continue to settle down. Infestation Pit coming about. And again, the Ling Bane continue to produce through. Melee and carapace upgrades will be building by as well. Still got the 2-2. on the way up from Maru. Concussive shells and the +1 vehicle weapons also in production. Marine Marauder tank all coming online. And again, a couple more CCs, a couple of depots continue to produce also at the moment. Bringing that straight through at the moment. Again, the Marine's going to step back over to the right side. We scan once more. I'm just going to be seeing the Marines load back into the medevacs to step away for a couple of moments. Medevacs will take a bit of a journey over. Hive on the way through. Drones and the Lings coming up as well. Siege tanks will be sieging. A couple Hydras will be there to go after the medevacs also. It's just going to chase those back off over to the sides. The Hydras and the Banes moving back through also. And the Hive and so continue to come up. The Queens will be there. Spore Crawler as well. Medevac goes down. So that's a full medevac that gets picked away at here. Going to be seeing that dropping right off the bat as we see the few Lings staying underneath this medevac. Going to keep track of that for a little while longer. The command centers continue to settle into place. And Siege Tank still popping through. Medevacs and company coming up. The Lean Bane Hydra going to run over. The Medevacs do get rid of the hatchery. And Maru going to pull away from this one here on White Rabbit. And again, just dropping around. Still sticking to this bio play here against Serral. Yeah, Serral continues to play through kind of some different builds of his own. This one, Lean Bane Hydra with a collection of different upgrades. Working on +2 missiles before +2 melee, but obviously, most importantly, he's been very consistent building the carapace up. Hive about to be done, so we can continue into +3 carapace as well, it would seem. This drop gets cleaned out, and Maru just steps forward onto the middle of the map, onto a planetary that's morphing for his 5th base. So you get an idea of just exactly where this game is going to be soon, which is 5th base territory. Serral not super aggro in this game yet. Obviously being kept back by a lot of the drops, but we're at the point right now where if this 5th base comes online, I already love this a lot for Maru. Now, you've got these kind of extra, really kind of far out kind of corner bases on this map, and that's going to be interesting to keep our eyes on as well. So we'll keep our eyes on those and see what maybe comes of that. As the bio steps through, some of the creep getting cleaned out initially. Lane Bane wanting to make a step through. This map is very good for a lot of the tank positioning as well. As you saw there, just a couple tanks able to fire and bam! Next thing you know, units are just getting blasted and you can't jump on the tanks easily at all because they're just around those corners, over those ledges, able to fire. Now we're using this to leverage himself onto that central base. Has a planetary fortress nearby the orbital. I love it. That's not a fightable position for Serral either. That is the epitome of defense right there. Hello, and thank you, and good night. No counterattack allowed on this base. So that's going to be an easy defense right there. That's going to be an absolute guaranteed hold. I love it. As you all can see, the bio going to pull back a little bit. Some of the Lings and the Hydras and the Banes setting up. The rest of the bio stepping through as well. 3-3 upgrades continue to come about. Cloaking on the way, +2 vehicle weapons on the way, drilling claws on the way through as well right now. Just going to be seeing the hatchery. Will be finished before Maru steps away from this. He'll lose a few bio units, but I don't even think we're that upset. You can see Serral is so eager to back away. He's terrified of walking into those tanks. He was running away while the units were still surrounded. Serral will try and double expand left and right side, and this is where Maru will be tested. How well can he control this game? Can he keep Serral off of these bases? Because these are the bases that are going to give Serral the economy, kind of similar to that first game, where even if he mines a bit of them, that little bit of leverage you can gain as Serral can do a lot for you going into a longer game for sure. So we're at that kind of point right now where we're figuring this out. The bio will jump in on the left side. That hatchery goes down already. Just going to be seen on the bottom right side. The Ling Bane Hydra going to step through. It's going to go in towards this base where the command center lifts off and moves away. So it's going to back away from that already as well. I mean, nice for Serral. He's going to get that CC low. If he kills it, even better, but I don't know if he's going to kill it. I don't know if he needs to kill it either, to be honest. And he's just going to stim up again. A couple of EMPs coming down. The Ling Bane Hydra army once again is going to step away from that and just get out of there as the bio continues to chase through, clean up a few more units onto a building CC. And again, we just attempt to keep on re-expanding. I think if Maru is able to keep denial one of those kind of side bases and take one of the corners of his own, it's already kind of stepping into a good direction for him. Like, it definitely kind of puts you where you kind of want to be in this game. We do have Nidus possibilities now as well. Overseers are moving towards the main base. That's something else we're going to keep our eyes on. Opportunities are kind of coming up across the board in terms of what may happen over these next few moments. Bio gathering, tanks shooting. It's going to see the Ghost Tank Widowmine army all continue to produce through lurkers, hatcheries, and the rest of the company on the way up as well. So all of that's still coming online. Bringing a lot of that up and running for the moment as the Bio Ghost steps down the bottom side. Again, hatchery setting up over that far left. There's going to be a constant attempt from Serral. There's no reason not to be trying to expand there, because if Maru ever does give up on kind of, killing it, then you get it and you mine it, and that's great. And if he doesn't give up on killing it, then it's keeping his attention over in that direction and giving you more of a chance to actually get the base up on this right-hand side. So it's this constant ask of Maru to be in two different sides of the map, and that's very difficult to do because this Terran army is reliant a lot on its siege tank positioning and a lot on, you know, just kind of being... It doesn't need to be clumped up, but like it's difficult to split in a meaningful way at this point. And maybe you split like a drop or two away and you can kill that base. But sometimes it's going to take more than that as well. Depends on how well Serral's splitting his army too. He's got a lot of units that are split around, enough to deal with a drop or two at least. That said, he might not keep alive this base over here, as you see this hatchery getting jumped on the Lingbane Hydra. Going to be taking some damage already. This hatchery getting very, very low. The tanks lathering into those banelings once again, delivering quite a few pretty substantial shots into the heart of that army. A couple of bio units still stepping forward. The 3-3 upgrades coming up. Lurkers are going to be here. They're going to be fighting. Missile turrets taking damage and going down. A few STVs trying to pull over for defense. We are going to snipe away with these ghosties. They're going to see some big success as well, so that's going to be a good story to tell for the Terran player later on in the day. Yeah, Nuke has been building as well, guys. That's also continuing to come about. Lingbane Hydra running through, tank or two firing up, the Marines firing forwards. Here we are going to see this army chasing straight through. This army has to keep running back. We're going to see another blinding cloud coming down. The Banes are going to keep rolling in, going to connect onto a bunch of those Marines. Tanks will turn this away in the end, but we do get some good Baneling connections there. Boy, if we didn't get them, that might have been miserable for Serral. Resources lost at this point, 19.8 to 12.2k. Again, pretty reasonable kind of distance. Serral still fighting for the kind of the 10 o'clock and the 4 o'clock bases. Those are probably going to remain the storyline of this game 4. They are going to be the real important factors, as we just see a few more Banes morphing in. Ultra Cavern coming up. Knights in the bottom right side. What I do love for Serral is obviously that first game eventually went his way. But I don't love for Serral is that I feel like we've seen this kind of like controlling game from Maru go his way in this series already too in game 2. This is against the Mutas though. Yeah, maybe not so much. I am overlapping a little bit because obviously we went casting Reynor Maru straight into this Serral Maru matchup, and I've got a little bit of my kind of bias, I guess, from what I saw Maru do there. I guess I've got to remind myself there's a Serral. I actually did think that game 1 was setting up nicely for Maru as well, and Serral did bring it back a bit, so... There's a long way to go in this game, and I'm kind of making presumptions of what's happened before. There's no reason it can't change. This is just a massive run-through. Serral just does not stop. He does finally get to a point where there's no more tanks shooting at him. Finally, a couple more reinforcements right back at home from Maru will be able to kind of siege up and do their thing. Lurker's trying to hit the bottom right base at the same time. If they could deny that, would be amazing. Get Maru away from the 6-base setup. As you're under pressure, you can't step over to that right side easily. You can see the Infestors and the units ready to jump on the Ghosts as they made their way over there. And we'll chase this away now. Those SCVs have done their duty. They have kept that base alive long enough for the Ghosts to arrive. We're going to kill one Lurker with the snipes. The others get away. That's a lot of lost mining from Maru, and obviously a lot of minerals spent repairing and gas repairing the planetary fortress. But it stays alive. That base stays located. That's huge, as we are going to have an orbital coming in right next to it. The cute thing about an orbital there is that if this base does go down, the orbital is a very quick replacement to that location. And even if it's not permanent, even if it's just temporary, it means you can get mining there very quickly. And obviously orbitals generally are good. You are going to have a bunch of them throughout, in the game throughout a later game matchup like this. So I like having one orbital kind of nearby and kind of next to things there. I think that's actually really nice. A couple of mines get jumped on. The Ling Hydra's still pushing through. The Overseer's going to be nearby, trying to get involved as well. Just going to be seeing the Bio just going to be fighting. The Hydra's going to be chased. Well, a couple of moments. Marauders and Ghosts keep coming through. The Libs and the tanks coming up. Lings will take an opportunity and jump onto the planetary fortress here. Planetary will go down, will be killed. Orbital command going to be setting up as well. Another missile turret coming in. A couple of Lings still nibbling through onto the sensor tower. So we continue to get that straight underway right now. And Bio coming up, and there's network going down. Tanks, Lib, Widow Mine, missile turret and command center all coming through. The Overseer still moving by. Another scan coming about as we are going to see the Lingbane Hydra looking for the chance to move over here right now. Scanning about, a couple of Banes going down, the Hatchery in some trouble, going to get the Liberators sieging up as well. Tanks will be sieging, the Hatchery coming over, and we are going to make a jump onto this. So we kill the base, but Serral is going to take the chance to come in from 2 angles onto this army. Let's see how well it goes for him. I think pretty well. He's going to clean out a lot of this, rebuild into a lot of Lings very quickly. He has a very good bank still. This is fine. Snipes on this Overseer. Tank gets rid of the Nidus. good defense against the Knights at the same time from Maru. I mean, Maru's still happy, though. Because, yeah, Serral cleans up, but Maru's still got to look at this and say, well, you know what? Like, okay, sure, all that happened, but you know what else happened? I killed this base. And again, how much are we talking about the importance of these side bases? Maru is mining every other base of his own in this game. Serral eventually will not be able to keep mining from both these bases, right? One of them will at some point become the Terrans. You'll kind of lumber up there. You would expect. I will say, what is interesting is that obviously, apparently this base did die, by the way, and the orbital did replace. So sorry I mentioned that would be a cool thing, but it actually did happen as well. It is kind of an interesting map to hold that base on as a Terran, because you have to really kind of go a bit more around the corner. And because it's so far on the side, it doesn't really progress you in another way. So it is a bit of a difficult location to hold onto as it goes later into the game. And maybe that's something Serral can work with here as well, as the Lings will take their chance running at a siege tank here, running at the rest of this army, orbital command and command center up in the skies. It's going to be seeing the CCs floating about. Going to see one CC floating back down the bottom right. 18 SCVs falling. Again, Serral with good money to spend. 8k minerals, 3k gas. Maru also with a bank at the moment as well. Obviously a bit slower as a Terran player to kind of spend that bank straight away a lot of the time, and that's a lot of what you're kind of seeing right now as the bio will come through, the lurker goes down, the snipes will delete a bunch of those hydras very quickly and very effectively. Had a great Aspire into play as well for good measure right now as Serral, like I say, finding an option. Doesn't necessarily have to build them, but at some point probably will make something of a play towards Broodlords in this game. So gotta expect that as a kind of an eventuality. Ghost there. That's going to be an unexciting nuke. A ghost that gets found is a nuke that doesn't get delivered. As the Broodlords will be on the verge of coming about here. Great Aspire halfway done. Extra Lings coming up. +3 flyer attack upgrade coming around. And we are going to see the Ling Bane. Going to step over. Siege tank going to be grabbed. Planetary Fortress gets killed in the bottom right-hand side. Just going to clean that out. Couple tanks still coming through. Again, the Great Spire coming about. The Ling Hydra all continuing to come into play. Nuke is about to finish, so another one available for Maru here in a few moments' time. But that's set to go. Intrigued as to how we maybe continue about this. Now just coming up. Again, +3 vehicle weapons on the way. We got plating on the way. We got a few siege tanks coming through as well. And the rest of the Ling Bane still coming online as well, so we bring a lot of that through at the moment. This Ling Bane army gathering up together. A couple of these lurkers going to get shot down pretty quickly. Going to take that grab. We like that. And tank's going to stay active after that Nidus network for a few more moments. +3 flyer attack coming through, so again, the investment is there for those air units eventually here from Serral. Things will just get in after the siege tank. Clean that up for a couple moments. Just going to see the ghosts are going to relocate themselves back down the bottom side as well. A little bit more Ling Bane coming through. That's a nice catch on the ghosts. We're actually going to get the wrap around the ghosts as well. The medevac's try to evacuate. We save one out of that entire cluster. What an amazing moment for Serral right there, catching a bunch of ghosts. Maru's supply kind of plummets on the back end of that. Orbitals burning and retreating. And getting the +3 flyer attack coming up. Ling Hydra still building through. A few mules going to drop down here as well. Try to see what else they can get underway. The orbital command burns at this moment in time. The rest of the Ling Bane still coming up as well. Bring the rest of this through for the moment. Continue to get the rest of this online here. Ling Bane will continue over for now. Vipers will gather. It's going to be seeing the Water Mine going to go after a couple of the Changelings. And we got a little bit more of that up and running just for the moment as well, so to get that on the way. It's going to be seeing the Lings going to go after the tanks here, so a couple of tanks getting crowd, a bit of damage being done. So we're going to be seeing the Widow Mine tanks and the Ghosts all continuing up here for a few moments. So again, we continue to bring that up and about just for a couple of moments right now, so we get that all on the way, get that started, seeing what else we can deliver on over the next couple moments. 11 more Corruptors, the 7 Banelings as well. Serral readying up. A couple of these Liberators sieging up that far left-hand side. Tank's going to set as well. Tank, Mine, Ghost, all building through. Big plays at the moment. The Viper, Hydra, Bane. Regathers for a couple of moments also here. So continue to get that set up for the moment. Getting that into play right now. Again, Lingbane Hydra all gathers. The Vipers come over. Infested nearby. Plenty of tanks on the way. So much setup being made. We got the late game Infernal Pre-Igniters, that blue flame coming through for the Hullbats late in this. Tell you what's going to be a big deal. We've talked about it all game, and it's finally happening. Maru is going to get one of those side bases. Serral says, right, if you're getting that set up, then I'm going to have to do what I can to try and deny this bottom right base, because if you're going to start focusing left side, I need to take away your potential focus on the right side. And he will try and come through and punish that a little bit. Liberator comes into play. Ghost still coming up. 11 broods are building. 9 infestors in the way. This is a big moment of this game, because now that those broods are out, that is the commitment made from Serral. This is going to be the point in the game where we have the broodlords up and running, and we will have a couple of big plays to try and make with them. Hydra Bane trying to come through. Just going to see the infestors. Like I say, a lot of those coming about. This base is going to go down. It's kind of a big deal. I mean, we actually just straight up kill this base. Hatchery going down is a massive factor for the later stages of this one. Broodlord's still firing away. They're going to get a few more pickoffs as well. The Ghosts tanks continue to settle down. A couple of Broodlings will continue to hit for a few moments here, and we are going to continue to push our way forward in this. Bio Ghost still moving for the moment. Brood's pulling back around. Bio Ghost going to get up to the center here. Going to see the Extractor in some trouble. The Hatcher going to get jumped on. Bio is going to take a stim at everything else right now, so again, he's going to take an effort to just jump through. The Infestor goes down. Serral needs to win a fight. I'm actually kind of scared. Serral does not have a lot of gas left. The base is going down for him. He's actually been so reliant on the mining that he still had, and now he doesn't have it. It's going to become a real danger. But Bio Army's still gathering up. The Infested Bane still gathering through as well, so we continue to join a lot of that in for the moment here. A couple of Lings going to run through, going to get after the SCVs, going to get after those refineries. Thor's still building up. Fusion Core coming through. Going to have the scan once again going into a couple more Crypt Tumors. Crypt Tumors will go down. Bio will take a stim at the Extractors. It's going to go straight through for that. Ghost is going to take that chances to snipe down a bunch of those Broodlords. Fungal is going to land for a little bit as well, so we'll find just a teeny extra at the end of this. A few more Ghosts sniping away. Serral's army is just not doing enough, and especially because he can only really rebuild Lings right now. It doesn't feel great. He's got 5 new Infestors on the way, but man, that's going to take us to 17 Infestors. Is there such thing as too many Infestors? I think 17 might be too many. like, is that a thing? Can we have too many Infestors? Yeah, I think so, actually. I do think so. I just don't think Maru's army looks killable. If Serral couldn't do it before, I don't think his army looks better enough now to actually make it happen. You know, we're only on 2 broods. We're going to try and rebuild broods. Rebuilding broodlords is almost always a disaster. Get a few snipes off before the fungal comes down to trap a few of those units. The medevacs will do their thing and heal up and heal through the fungal damage. Return onto the queens. They're going to end up taking a good chunk of damage there as well, so a bit more being dealt at the moment on those. 17 drones dead. The attempt on this left side base, like, okay, so I'll knock this base down. But Maru is now just expanding bottom right instead. Like I say, eventually these side bases are going to be the important ones. We're going to nuke to kind of zone this area, so we're going to have to kill the Ghost. If you don't, then that nuke could land for some damage. I'm not sure. Well, okay, nuke will land. 2 queens. No! No one told the queens about the nuke, and that is going to be destruction. A little bit of overkill, but I mean, the zoning of it is nice because it gives Maru a chance to get in position. This base is going down. Serral at this point is pretty reliant on... He just needs gas. Like I say, he can build a ton of Lings, but what are Lings going to do? Support this army, I guess. We're going to give it a go. Thor's evacuate. Maru's just happy to have killed the base. Does not need to take the fight right now. Serral does not want to stick around. He knows this is over. He does not want to have to keep on fighting this. He's not going to let Maru make him keep on fighting this. And so that's going to be GG. And Maru moves up to 3-1 advantage. He's actually playing so well in these longer games. Again, lots of fighting over these side bases. Maru keeping himself so well controlled. I love what he's been able to do so far. I actually really enjoying how he's playing. So often you see Maru versus Serral, and it feels bad to say, but I mean, it feels as though it's like, oh man, Maru, how am I meant to look at this and kind of believe in what, believe you can get it done, It feels like you hit such a brick wall when you play Serral. These late games come around, and it feels like he can't really make his way through them. But that's absolutely not the case in this one. So yeah, it's actually been a really cool match in that regard. It's been a really, really cool match in that regard. So cool to see as we get ready for another game here, which is going to be Ruby Rock. Serral down 1-3 against Maru right now. Again, this ready to go in a couple of moments, guys. So getting that ready. Let's drop my pen on the floor, making some loud bangs just to make things hate. Wardy's a Maru hater. I'm not a Maru hater. I actually really enjoy watching Maru play. But when I watch Maru versus Serral so often, I'm like, and now what? You know, and what does he manage to do? You know, it's not me being a Maru hater. It's just me being like I'm someone who wants to see Maru do even better, in fact. And, you know, I'm actually a Maru lover. I just have seen so many Maru Serral games where I feel as though it's like, well, he tried, but once again, we couldn't figure it out, you know? And that's obviously, you know, it gets a bit old to watch at some point. So I don't think that's being a Maru hater. Yeah. You guys just want me to hate, don't you? Yeah. All right, let's go into this next one as we dive on through. It is going to be game number 5. Actually, an opportunity for this series to end here potentially. So let's see. In the bottom right, Serral needs to win 3 in a row to win this tournament now. Goes gas, extract the trick, start us off there. Let's see where we go to as we set up and roll into this. Maru will be in the top left corner, of course. The red Terran player from Vitality, a map away from winning. Guys, this is our potentially final game of the day, and Maru's going to proxy Rax, apparently. This is our first chance to be in the final game of the day, so I will just quickly say once again, we do have content coming up after this, just to remind you guys. We're going to be doing some sponsored content. It's going to be Foundation Galactic Frontier. If you want to check that out, !Galactic in the Twitch chat. If you !Galactic, if you check it out, we appreciate you, and we'd love to welcome you in for some sponsored content. That will come up, like I say, after the... yeah, that will come up after the... this finals. So obviously it doesn't necessarily end after this game. We always do this when it's potentially the final game of the day. We just give you guys a reminder of what's coming up after. So there's the possibility we go into our sponsored content after this. So do check that out if you would like to. We do get paid directly anytime someone installs and anytime someone hits level 4. So get installed, play along with me, help us raise some money for StarCraft 2. Greatly appreciate it if you do. And like I say, we were going to have a few more days to kind of generate kind of installs and stuff for this, but I have another sponsor coming up, so we're only going to have until tomorrow. So if you want to help us out for free, get downloading it now. But we should start talking about this game, Proxy 3 Rax Marine. And will Serral figure out what comes his way? No scout on it, so he does not know about it initially. I love it from Maru. You're up 3-1, and you're just like, right, let's go. Let's do this, man. I'm not messing around right here. We're going to send it. Bunker comes down. Gets in position. The first Marine going to go after the Overlord here for a couple of moments. I'm just going to be seeing the drones will begin to pull. It's an important moment. What can the Marines do against these drones? There's a lot of drones pulled, so if these drones are not super successful in denying this, this is actually a very expensive play, and so far they're completely failing to find the surround. So these Marines have traded very well. Now they kind of fought, but they weren't even on a surrounding position. Do not love this for Serral so far. He loses 6 workers, and like I say, I don't know if he really did enough just yet to really be in love with how this is going right now. So not loving that part of this so far. Let's see what we continue with. A few Marines continue to step forward. It's going to be coming about there for a couple of moments as well. So just step straight through with that. I mean, this is scary because, like I say, you used a lot of mining time pulling those drones against these Marines as well, and it resulted in absolutely nothing going your way eventually. So not ideal. A couple more Marines coming up. Ling's still on the way. Overlord's still being added. Just going to see the few Marines will try and step through, jumping onto a couple of these Lings. The Queen's in some trouble as well, as you can see. Damage being done. Marines come back around. Ling speed coming up. We continue to get that on the go just for a moment or two here. So we bring this about right now, and away we continue with Lings coming by. No Ling speed for a while, though. And there's a lot of Marines because we're keeping on building Marines. We're going to pull the SCVs, by the way. So the SCVs are coming. The boys are here. Maru looking to win this grand final on the SCV pull. Here we are. That's pretty much every SCV we got. Maru looking to win this right now. Serral's been building only Lings, but slow Lings. Gonna struggle. The Marines are already gonna get into a decent corner as well. Serral can't fight it here. There's just no way. But Maru's gonna slowly close in on these units. Now he's gonna have the Queen's cornered. You could argue this is a surround opportunity, but I actually think this positioning is fine for Maru. The Lings are just gonna melt. The SCVs are gonna tank. The Marine count is good. Maru is gonna get a win over Serral. This is such a rare occurrence. It almost never happens.
And Maru is going to take him down 4-1 with the proxy 3 racks to get it done at the end, and the SCVs as well. Maru takes it down 4-1 and gets it done. GG's. It's 3:15 a.m. and for Korea it's unfair. That's why it's a replay, guys. It doesn't matter what time it is in Korea. This was played a couple weeks ago. Damn, Maru got it done. This did get spoiled for me. I didn't actually see the score, so I actually didn't know what the score was. But that was a hell of a set of games. Like I knew Maru had won because everyone kept messaging me, "Wardy, what do you think of Maru's performance?" And I'm like, can we let me watch the games, please, baby? So I kind of knew he won, but like he kind of dominated. No, he went 3-2 against Clem in the round of 8, 3-0 Reynor in the round of 1. So I didn't know the scores at all. So 3-0 Reynor into 4-1 against Serral is pretty disgusting. That's actually nuts. That is actually kind of nuts. GG's. Alrighty, guys. Here's the dealio. We are going to move into some sponsored content. Thank you so much for joining us for some StarCraft 2. I super appreciate you all. Yeah, I super appreciate you guys, like I say. We are going to move into some sponsored content now. We're going to be playing Foundation Galactic Frontier for the next couple of hours. So we're going to be onto this for a couple of hours, guys. So we're going to kick this off. This is a sponsored stream, which means that you guys can support by checking out the game yourself. All you have to do is head on down into the link in the Twitch chat, and you can click it, download it. Simply downloading it gets us paid. We also get paid if you guys do the following things. Let me just grab this up and have a look at it. We also get paid if you guys do the following, which is reach level 4, 8, 13, 17, 20. If you purchase some packs as well, I'm not going to tell you guys to purchase packs, though. That's all completely up to you guys. But basically, download the game, get to level 4, and you are basically adding what is the equivalent of a subscription to the channel. So if you want to support the stream for free, super easy, like I say, install, play along with me for half an hour or so. I don't know how long level 4 takes, honestly. I've not tried it out yet. But usually these things don't take super long, so install, play along with me, and we can do it together and raise some more money for StarCraft 2. If you're on YouTube, this is not a YouTube sponsorship, so I'm going to leave you guys on YouTube. So I'm going to turn the YouTube off in a moment. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to BRB a couple of moments, guys. When I come back, we'll start this off, and then I'll leave the YouTube stream on because some ads are playing. Once the ads are done on YouTube, we'll switch on over to... We'll switch the YouTube off and we'll get this started. So I'll see you guys in just 1 or 2 minutes and we'll kick off the sponsored content.
Hello, guys. Sorry, just talking to her and Ellie's got a slightly funky leg. So, isn't that just typical of Ellie? All right, I'm going to turn YouTube off. Bye, YouTube. Thanks for watching. And we're going to play Foundation Galactic Frontier for the next couple hours, guys. So, hello. Welcome.